The Golden is in and Dr. Jackson is also in. Let me know when we're all set, Dr. White.
We are all set. You may begin.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. Dr. Jackson, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Is she there?
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one
One
nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
You're welcome.
Good evening, colleagues and the community listening in. I just want to remind everyone that in order to preserve everyone's right to speak, I'll ask that you only unmute yourselves when recognized by the chair, then please mute yourselves immediately after speaking. If background noise or interruptions continue, I will then mute all microphones and mute and unmute when you're recognized to speak. Also, a reminder to please observe our bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order by keeping the discussion to the matter at hand on which the board can take some action or wishes to discuss. First item on the agenda would be the approval of the board meeting minutes for March 8th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve? Mr. Wilcox,
I move that we approve the minutes.
is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Mayor Elicker.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the meeting minutes. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson, Dr.
I'm gonna
Jackson,
abstain. I haven't had time to go through these. There's some things I'm looking for, but I need to have time. I'm gonna abstain, and if I have anything, I will send it.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
Mr. Golden,
Madam President, I'm just a little confused. I'm sorry by these minutes. Did we include oh, yeah, we did. Okay, yes.
Ms. Aruna,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so the minutes passed. Next would be public participation. And again, I just want to remind everyone to please keep comments about individuals respectful. Also, please remember to identify yourself at the start of the public comment. Thank you. Dr. Joyner?
I'd also like to remind people that the public comments are comments on the agenda. And as the chair said, that we shouldn't use public comment to cast aspersions on individuals. Thank you.
Madam President,
Dr. Joyner, Mr. Goldson?
Madam President, I don't remember any rule where folks in public comment have to, can only comment on items on the agenda. Where is that rule?
That is correct, Mr. Golson. At the moment, there is no rule on that. So we'll have to think about that in the future if that's something we want to implement and make it a policy.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Joyner, are you ready
Dr.
with the
Joyner?
timer?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Our first speaker is Jessica Light. Ms. Light? Okay, we will move on. Our next speaker is Miss Ife Waters. Miss Waters, you may speak.
Good evening, board. My name is Najija Ife Waters. I am a parent of a fifth grader at East Rock Magnet School. I'm also the citywide parent team president. I will like the record to show that March 22nd, 2021, the time now is 5:39 p.m. I have written to the board in regards to an investigation according to one of the state's laws. I have given you guys the section of that particular law. And since February the 25th, 2021 at 8:41 a.m., no one has responded directly to my email. No one from the board has responded. Also, I'd like the record to show that the board is operating in outdated policies for 14 years now. Some of the important policies, not all policies, but the important policies. I've also requested information on how are we going to move forward. At this point in time, there's no accountability. There's no one actually held responsible, but you guys keep changing and you're not notifying the parents when you decide to change these rules. It is not in your policy. You went from 3 minutes that was written to 2 minutes. You did not put anything in writing to change that. You're now discussing on changing things again on the way we should participate in public participation, and yet you still have policies that are 14 years outdated. Again, I want the record to show I have come before this board on several occasions about these same concerns. Thank you.
I will try again. Jessica Light.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Jessica Light, a New Haven parent and teacher. This is my 7th time asking my employer for a unified health and safety plan. The CDC recommends 3 feet distancing when all other safety measures are in place and masks can be worn, but not when kids are eating. Since breakfast is in the classroom in most elementary and middle schools, should we remain 6 feet apart? Our cafeteria is going to remain 6 feet apart. Are we saying that we are having indoor mask breaks at 3 feet apart or 6 feet? The New Haven Public Libraries wait a week before returning books can be checked out again because they can't be sanitized. Should New Haven Public Schools be doing this as well? I love my students and I want to do right by them. In order to keep them safe, I need a unified plan. Also, if it is safe enough for us to gather together in schools during the day, at what point is it safe enough for you to gather in them in the evening? Thank you.
Excuse me. Our next speaker is Tony Carrasquillo.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Tony Criscolo. I'm a high school teacher in New Haven, finishing up my 16th year. And I want to respond publicly to the board to some of the spurious accusations against New Haven Public Schools and New Haven Public Schools teachers, accusing teachers and accusing the whole public school system of not attending to the needs of our students. I want to personally testify, and I'm only one teacher. I can't speak for everyone, but I can tell you that we are working as hard as we can. We are doing the best that we can to reach every child in every possible way, whether it's a book club, phone calls home, chat sessions, Kahoot games, being beaten on the internet by student at every game that I could come up with. We are doing what we can to make this as good as we can for them. I personally deplore and I resent and I am very offended at the claims that are being made by parents that we are sitting back and we don't care and we are not trying. I'm very happy that the superintendent is defending us and that Keisha is defending us every opportunity that she has. And I just want to tell you that you have the word, I would say, of the vast majority of your teachers, that we are doing everything that we can and that your trust is well placed in us. And I hope that you'll continue to have our backs. And thank you for everything that you do.
Madam President, that concludes all raised hands.
Thank you, Dr. White. The
Oh,
next item is,
I'm sorry, one hand just came up. Shall we
Okay.
take?
go ahead.
Okay. Next speaker is Dave Ciccarella.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, thought I had my hand up there. I do want to comment, Tony Criscola, who just spoke, is an NHFT, New Haven Federation of Teachers Executive Board member. And I want to echo those same comments that she made very eloquently on behalf of all of us. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers. The CDC announcement as to the change in distancing of students and staff from 6 feet to 3 feet. It's caused a great amount of discussion via email, text messaging, etc. And I'm reiterating for public record that that is not a unilateral move where the distancing is decreased and all the other mitigations such as mask wearing, frequent hand washing, deep cleaning of our school buildings and classrooms are being set aside. In fact, the CDC is quite clear that these other mitigations absolutely remain in place. Dr. Tracy and the school board have acted to protect the safety of our students and staff since the beginning of the pandemic. The decision to keep everyone home until we were confident that the buildings were safe was unpopular, but necessary. And the superintendent, Dr. Tracy, and the board members should be commended for making that difficult decision. It is important that we do remain vigilant and continue to enforce all the necessary protocols from the CDC that have been conveyed to the health departments across the country. While we can never plan for nor anticipate every possible scenario or contingency that may occur in the school buildings as we move forward, we do need to continue to listen to our stakeholders, parents, teachers, students, community members, etc. And equally important is to continue to communicate all the changes and provide updates in a timely manner as we've been doing. So again, I also want to echo Tony Criscola's comments and thank the board and the superintendent for their in this aspect. Thank you.
That concludes the hands now, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. White. Students report.
Good evening, everyone. I do not have a student report for this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Aruna. And Dr. White, you don't see Anthony Fiore in the waiting room at all?
I do
I just want to
not.
make sure he's not here. Okay, thank you. Dr. Tracy, superintendent's report.
Dr. Tracy, you're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, President Rivera, board members, and members of the public. Before I ask for approval of the blue sheets, I need to say that it saddens me that we are losing a very competent CFO from our district, Mr. Philip Penn, who has served us well since 2019, November 2019. He will be greatly missed as a member of our team, but we move on. New Haven always move on. And I am a firm believer that everything happens for a reason. We want to wish Mr. Penn well in his new endeavor, in his new school district. We still have a couple more months with him as he is helping us to make sure that the budget process is completed and any loose ends to be tied up. Thank you, Mr. Penn. Also, one of our very own, Mr. Cordero, when he told me a couple of weeks back that he is relocating, I said, no, you can't do this to us. Mr. Cordero grew up, was born and bred in New Haven, went to New Haven schools, became a teacher, later an assistant principal, and later a principal. Mr. Cordero has done well at Fairhaven School, and I'm sure he's going to be greatly missed by his staff and parents and students. Mr. Cordero, wish you success in your new place where you're going. And I hope that you'll remember us back here in New Haven. And we will remember you when we get into Pennsylvania, Dutch country, and visit you somehow. We'll call you up. So for those two individuals who are leaving us now, we want to say success to both of you in your new endeavors. Madam Chair, with that said, I ask that we accept. No, I see some teacher retirements here too. I'm sorry. I see Miss Physical Education, Miss Jean Panella, and Miss Cheryl Slakunas. Also, these people are retiring. We have a number of retirees every year, but these people have served New Haven well, and they're moving on to bigger and better things, I hope, and we wish them well. So with that said, I ask that the board accepts the personnel report.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Is there a motion to accept the report, Mr. Wilcox?
I move we accept the report.
Is there a second? Dr. Joyner? You're muted, Dr. Joyner.
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to say something. You
Go
have
ahead, Dr. Jackson.
I wanted to say something about one of your resignations. Tara Farley, who's at Betsy Ross. I want to just say what a wonderful, wonderful young lady. She has worked with my daughter. She's competent, compassionate, just like someone that you would want working with your child who has, my child has dyslexia, who has dyslexia. She was on it. Things that I thought of everything, but she thought of some things that I didn't realize. So to Ms. Tara Farley, who's leaving special education, that too is a loss, and I wish her well.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Okay, seeing no other discussion, we'll vote on the personnel report. Mr. Golton? Mr. Golton?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Mr. Conaway?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
Ms. Aruna?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Personnel report passes. Please continue, Dr. Tracy.
Thank you, Madam President. Now we come to a couple of other items. We have grade updates, chronic absenteeism, filter schedule and checklist, timeline, and CBA for facilities management that will be presented. Let me take first the grades update. In our last teaching and learning meeting, we presented upgrades to the Teaching and Learning Committee about where we are, where we stand after 2 marking periods with the grades of our students. We also, Miss Gemma Joseph Lumpkin also shared with me chronic absenteeism. And what I noticed right up front is that there seemed to be a correlation between the absenteeism and the grades that were not that good for the first 2 marking period. We have to do some more analysis to really look at root cause, hearing from staff, hearing from principals, and also finding out from principals what mitigation strategies will be put in place. We know we are planning a robust summer school using the ESSER 2 grant to do acceleration recovery. A lot of credit recovery programs will be going on across the system in different venues, and we're planning to do our part to help our students, but we're still trying to figure out, one, we have made sure that it was not a device issue, nor a hotspot issue. There is enough accessibility. We've put mesh networks on many of our schools to beam into the community. We have given parents Khajiit hotspots to ensure that they have internet connectivity. So we're here trying to figure out what then is the issue. And as soon as we're able to work with our staff and figure out what is going on, we will be able to address these as they come, because these are our children. And we can't just sit back and accept that, well, they're not going to school. Oh, well, they failed. I'm sure that's not the thinking of our staff. And I'm sure they're going to work with me to figure out what we can do to address the needs of our students, which are dire at this time. So with that said, I'll call upon Dr. Sherbin. Dr. White, could you see if Dr. Sherbin is in the weight room someplace? I'll call upon
I'm here,
Dr.
Dr. Tracy.
Oh, here she comes. I'll call upon Dr. Sherbin to share with this board some of the information you may have already seen in the news, because when we did it at Teaching and Learning, it was all in the paper. So, but I have her here, so if we have questions, we can answer those questions. Go ahead, Dr. Sherbin.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen so we have the slides to view. So just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm assuming everybody can see that now. I'm just going to move it so I can see it. Okay, so the first slide is really a comparison this year, and it's split up between grades 6 through 8 on the left-hand side and the high school students, grades 9 through 12 on the right-hand side. And what you're looking at on the vertical axis is the number of students, and along horizontal axis, the number of courses failed. The bar in blue, which is on the left-hand side, is marking period 1, and the red bar on the right-hand side is marking period 2. And if we look at grades 6 through 8 first, and if we were to total up the numbers of students in marking period 1, 1,228 students failed one or more classes, and that represents 26% of the students in grades 6 through 8. And in marking period 2, it increased to 1,473 students, or 31% of students in those grades. Similar data for grades 9 through 12. Keeping in mind this is 4 grades instead of 3, so there's a larger number of students, total about 1,000 students more. In marking period 1, 2,100 students failed one or more classes, which is 37% of students in high school. And in marking period 2, it increased to 2,192, or 38%. And if we look at the students that are in this 5 or more bucket for both the 6th through 8th grade and the 9th through 12th grade, and we look at some of the characteristics of these students, 27% of them are 9th grade students, 25% are 10th grade students, 17.6% are English learners, 18.8% are students with IEPs. If we look at race and ethnicity, 47.8% identify as Hispanic or Latino, 44.3% identify as Black or African American. And if we look at gender, 62% identify as male, and breaking that down, 30% are Hispanic males and 27% are African American or Black males. This is an updated slide from the one that you received in your packets. I dove a little bit deeper to try to make that connection with attendance that Dr. Tracy was talking about. And when we look at this group of students, 90% of them are chronically absent or were chronically absent during this time period, which means that their attendance rate was less than 90%. And much of the research indicates that there is a strong correlation between chronic absenteeism and performance in school. And if we further look into that and look at, well, you know, they're less than 90%, but how far below 90% are they? You know, are they, you know, attending most of the time? We see that for the students in grades 6 through 8, their average attendance rate was 68%. And for the students in high school, it went down to 47%. So they were attending on average less than half of the days in the first and second marking period. The other thing we did was compare this to last year. How did this compare to pre-pandemic? And if we first look at the students in grades 6 through 8, the bar in blue represents last year, 1920, and the bars in red, this current year, 2021. You can see that there is a dramatic difference between last year and this year, especially in the bucket of students failing 5 or more classes. In 1920, in marking period 1, there were 645 students who failed 1 or more classes. That nearly doubled to 1,228 this year. And if you further look at the 5 or more, we see that it's really more than 6 or 7 times as high. For marking period 2, very similar. We see that they went from 735 in 1920 to 1,473, which is a doubling of the number of students failing 1 or more classes. And it was 8 times as many students failing 5 or more in marking period 2 than the previous year. If we look at the same thing for the students in grades 9 through 12, again, we see a dramatic increase this year over last year. In 1920, in marking period 1, there were 1,305 students. And in 2021, that increased to 2,100. So we're looking at over a 60% increase. For marking period 2, they went from a total of 1,495 students to 2,192, almost a 50% increase, a little bit less. And if we see the dramatic difference in that number of students failing 5 or more classes. In marking period 1, we have more than 5 times as many students. And in marking period 2, more than 4 times as many students failing 5 or more classes. And that is the end of the slides. If there are any questions.
Michelle, you may move the slides so you could see the
Madam
faces.
President, I'd like to see those slides back up because I have some questions. I had my hand up, but I guess you didn't see me.
Okay, I'll share it again.
Madam President, you're on mute.
Sorry, I can't see board members with the slides being shared. So if anyone needs to speak, just.
Madam President Darnell.
Mr. Golton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we go back to slide 3 for a moment?
Sure. Hold on one second.
Thank you. I'm having a problem understanding these numbers. For instance, where you said 62% identify as male, you said 30% identify as Hispanic, 27% identify as Black. Does that mean that 43% identify as white?
No. Of the males,
Yes.
So 30% identify as Hispanic males, 27% of the total identify as Black or African American males. So that's 57%.
Yeah.
So there's 5% that identify as other than Hispanic or Black who are male. The rest
Okay.
would be female. So there's 38% that identify as female or other than male.
So it's not the 30%. It's not the 30% is not of the 62% that identify as male. 30% of them are
30%.
Hispanic. 27% are Black. Is
No.
that correct? Of the
No.
62%.
No. Of the total, 30% are Hispanic males and 27% are Black males of the total. Not 30% of the 62, but 30% of the total.
Then why do you have those
what's
two?
the-
Why do you have those two numbers together? Because you first say 62% identify as male, and then you have the parentheses where you have Hispanic, you have Black, but those two numbers they're not the same, right? I mean, I could see if you had that number by itself or at the top, but to add it to the 62% identify as male, then you assume that 30% is of the 62.
Point taken.
All right. Okay. That was the 42. I'm trying to. Okay, what was the total number of students failing 5 or more courses? And this is high school, I assume, right?
No, this
9
is
through 12?
this is grades 6 through 12.
But at the beginning, you say 27%. The first line says in grade 9. So
Correct. Out of all of the students, grades 6 through 12, failing 5 or more classes,
6 through 12.
27% were in grade 9.
And how many students were there total?
I would have to add them back up because I did not have that written down in here.
Okay.
So you would have.
I'd like to see the total number compared to the total number of students. And then I'd like to see that broken down like you did here with grades and so different grades. Because again, I don't know what 27% represents. I don't know what that total number represents. Is it 5 kids or is it 500 kids?
So we had, if we go back for the 6th through 8th grade, we had in the first marking period, we have over 1,200, second marking period over 1,400. For the 9 through 12, it was over 2,100. So we are talking about roughly 3,500 students total that were failing 1 or more. But if we look at, and I'm just going to go back a slide. So we're talking about these students here for grades 6 through 8, the ones that are failing 5 or more. The marking period is 214 total there. Or 9 through 12, it was 657. So we're talking roughly not quite 800 students total in that bucket.
Well, I want to make sure I understand this. Grades 6 through 8, 214 failed 5 or more courses. And that 214 is of how many students total? 700? Is that what the right number is? The left-hand number there is number of students. Okay, so there are 700 students in 6 through 8.
No,
okay.
There are roughly 3,700 students or 4,700. I'd have to look at it again.
Okay.
These are just showing the numbers of students who failed 1 or more classes. Many students did not fail any, so it's only part of them.
That's the point I'm trying to make. This chart doesn't show. It confuses me because it doesn't give me the whole picture. 214 is a big number, obviously, but what is that percentage-wise of all of the students? And then, if you had a chronic absentee chart right next to that, that would even give us a better idea. Because if you have 214 kids who are failing 5 or more courses, and you have 250 who are chronically absent, then we kind of get a sense of where those numbers might equal. So all I'm asking is to, when you do these kind of charts, give us a little idea, a better idea of what it is in the big picture. I mean, how many students there are and what percentage of the total students does that represent? I mean, that's a big jump from last year. I understand the message you're trying to get across, but it's still, I mean, we're in a pandemic, so I assume you expect some of that. And what does it compare to the total number of students? That's what I like to see anyhow. Thank you. Also, chart 4, page 4, if you don't mind. You were saying some numbers that I didn't see in the chart. You were saying 1,400. Where are those numbers? Again, how do they relate to this chart? When you made your presentation, you had these numbers that did not equal any of these numbers on the chart. So what were those numbers that you were reading off?
So what I did was I added together I got a total for all of the ones for 2021 by adding them together. So for marking period 1, the 1228 is the sum of the 527, the 272, the 178, the 122, and the 129.
Great. Of how many students total?
Of the total number of students, I believe it is 4,700.
And you said it was 1,400 that failed 5 or more?
For marking period 2, it was 1,473. For marking period 1, it was 1,228.
And that was of 4,000 students total?
I believe so. I would have to double check that though.
Okay.
I don't have it in the presentation. I would have to double check it.
All right, that's all. That's it for me. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Dr. Jackson? Do you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my questions were, I guess when Dr. Sherman could probably come back with some other figures. My questions are kind of along the line as how many students. So I work better looking at percentages and things like that, because I expected to see this from last year, because some of these numbers were not in the pandemic. It would, I think that I would want to see out of the total, because that's what I don't want to compare to last year, because I think it's really comparing apples to oranges. We were not in a pandemic last year. We want to see where we are. We knew we were going to have this loss, the learning loss that we've been talking about, and what we have to gear up towards with the ESSER money and the recovery that we're planning, which is what I look forward to hearing about. This is what we were all feared. It is what it is because of the pandemic. But I would just like to see percentages if we can somehow get that. I was very confused around the percentage of students that identified as male, and then next to them, kind of like Darnell, you had a 30%, and I would think it was 30% of the 60%. And I think I had the same confusion because that's what it looks like. It's right after that.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mayor Elicker?
Thanks for the report. How does this compare to other districts?
I haven't done a comparison to other districts.
I think it would be really helpful to do that, to figure out if we have if we're an anomaly or not, and how significant the change is. I think it's helpful to look at other districts last year and this year and compare that to us this year and last year, just to see if we have a more significant problem. I suspect there's similar trends, particularly for urban districts, but it would be helpful to see that.
I don't know that we actually have access to grade data for other districts for the current year.
But I presume that you have contacts, or someone on our team has contacts in other, at least urban centers in Connecticut, where they would, I presume, be willing to provide that information. Can I ask, what are you doing to determine what the problem is?
So may I take a shot at that, Mayor Elicker?
Sure.
So right now, as I preface my statement before the presentation, that we have to be working with the schools, the principals and the teachers to get a deeper dive into the analysis to figure out what the root causes are. what may be some of the things contributing to this. We have some idea, but I don't want to just go after educated guess, but to really get to what is actually going on
Yeah.
by student, targeting the individual students who this pertains to. And you'll hear Gemma's report too about how those correlate and I'm sure Mr. Goldson will have some similar questions when Gemma shares her presentation. Great questions. And we want to make sure that as we work with teachers and get a sense of what they observe, whether or not the students log on, but they're not there, they're not doing anything, they're not turning in their work, things like that. We've discovered that some of them are working as Gemma and her team knock at different doors. They're working to support their families. I'm not sure to what extent and how many of those students are there. We've also had among that homeless students, what is happening to them, why they're not, and quite frankly, what we have heard too through Gemma's group, YFC, that some parents just have given up because it's like too much to expect a parent with several children to be focusing on so many. They were not trained as teachers to carry out some of those tasks that they're asked to do. But I must say that our teachers work very hard on this, so I'm going to rely on them to give us a feedback as to what they see based on their working with the students. So there are a number of factors, and we have to get to it, and we have to address as much as possible. Yes.
Do
Thank
we
you,
have any,
Dr. Go ahead.
do we have any sense of whether these numbers are improving now that some kids are back in school?
Don't think we have that deep analysis yet, but what I do hear from some parents and some students, that some of the students who have gone back to school are doing much better because they do much better in person than they do online. And then you have, on the other hand, parents who say the students who are remote are doing much better than if they were in person. So you have both sides of the coin. Depends on who you talk to. Keisha,
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, Dr. Tracy. Ms. Velasquez, did you have your hand up earlier? I thought you did, but I'm not sure. Okay. I'm gonna call her on Ms. Hannon since it sounds like it seems like she might have some answers.
Good evening, everyone. And Dr. Tracy, if you will, I would share the RISE Network report with the board. The RISE Network examined the performance of several high schools across Connecticut and found a similar trend, and that more students were failing their grades. And it has some concrete recommendations in it as well. So I think it may be worth a read for all of us, and then maybe to come back and have a further discussion on it.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. That would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Hannons. Dr. Joyner and then Dr. Jackson. Mr. Golton, did you have your hand up again? Okay, no, you're at the bottom of my screen, so it's, I can't. Go ahead, Dr. Joyner.
I hope I don't insult anybody when I say what I'm getting ready to say.
Oh, no.
When you're looking for root causes of student failure, particularly in poor communities, a lot of your answers depend on how far you want to go back in time, as well as whether you're serious about analyzing the contemporary forces in the lives of children that really work against them. And I know that every teacher and every administrator that has spent any time in school will probably agree with what I'm about to say. I actually did my dissertation on it, and I worked for about 50 years in schools across the world, and I saw the same basic causes. And the root causes of school failure and life failure really stem from poverty and family culture. And of course, poverty and family culture stems from ancient institutional factors that really made it hard for certain groups of people to gain the opportunities and privileges that other people had. And if you think about the kids in our community, metaphorically, many of our children are born in a sea of troubles. And I know Gemma Joseph Lumpton knows that because she sees them on a regular basis when she visits their home. She knows the neighborhood she grew up in and the neighborhoods that many of these kids grew up in. And it takes extraordinary effort on the kids' part, as well as their caregivers. And that would include their parents and their teachers and people in the community who care about them, for them to overcome significant unearned disadvantages. It is really an extraordinary and exhausting effort on the part of a child, especially a male child of color, to navigate the terrain that he or she is born in order to become successful. If schools are serious about helping these kids, we need the equivalent of an emergency room or critical care strategy to rescue these students, noting that they're only in schools for 6.5 hours a day and 180 days of a 365-day school year. And outside of that time in school, they're someplace else. And the quality of the experiences that they experience someplace else really seeps into their experiences in school. And the best case scenario for many of these kids would be a residential setting with a wide array of comprehensive health, social services, and an enriched learning environment. But this country is not prepared to pay for something like that. But if you can imagine a hospital without an emergency room or a critical care component, then you can see what's going on with some of these children. All you have to do is visit newborn babies born in difficult communities and imagine the struggles that they will have to go through in order to make it. And those that are fortunate enough to be adopted by caring, these people criticize single parent mothers, but many of these mothers are single parents out of necessity, not out of choice. And so if they're lucky enough to be adopted by someone like that, and to be adopted in a family of people that can help that person, then they have a chance. But the bottom line is that if you're looking for the schools to answer this question without support from every other institution in this society, then you're going to keep getting what you're getting. And the reason that I'm sick and tired of it is because I've spent my entire life working on this issue. And I was one of those kids myself. And I know personally what it takes in order to go from abject poverty to success. And I know all the nonsense that you have to deal with on the way to that. So if you actually believe that this under-resourced school system with extraordinary teachers, leaders, community service people, and what have you, can deal with this problem without extraordinary support, then we're just wasting our time. And what we ought to be talking about is trying to deal with some of the institutional challenges that they face and trying to get the resources and to reconfigure ourselves in such a way that we can take those children and put them in an interesting and enriching environment and do as much as we can for them beyond the school day. If we do that, they have a chance. But I used to get tired of academics talking about the problem as if they knew what the heck they were talking about. Well, I don't understand why these children don't do this. One sociologist at the University of Illinois asked me, well, do you think that Black colleges are necessary? And of course, my response was, do you think that Black people are necessary? And so it really is, it's based on race, it's based on social class, it's based on language, it's based on a whole bunch of things. And another way that we can deal with it is that if we can stop bickering among ourselves and focus our attention on these children, then we have a shot. But under the current circumstances, it's going to be very difficult. And I want to say this out loud. Gemma, you're doing a great job. And whomever's helping you is doing a great job. Unfortunately, you can discover the problem, but it's going to take a whole lot more to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Ms. Velasquez, did you have your hand up?
Sure, that's a hard act to follow because I agree with everything that's been said. But there's going to be a period here when we're welcoming students back, and how we orient to that is going to be really important, right? We often say as educators, we're going to meet the kids where they are, we're going to engage them, and we're not going to lament like what has not happened, right? We need to make sure that what we do when students come in is make sure that we're taking them from whatever they have and they come fully formed, a very assets-based approach, and we have to hit the ground running. And there's a lot of things that we're planning through ESSER that are going to help. So we just need to make sure that when they come in, it is not about viewing them as empty vessels that don't come with lots of gifts, but that we orient correctly so that the system that we have isn't also pushing them out further, right? So it's going to be some delicate work, but I know that the workforce, the teachers, everyone who's involved with the school district is ready for the task. We love the students. We know that working together, we can do this. So I just want you to know that I looked at the numbers really quickly, and I'm sure Dr. Sherman will come back with more detail. But just so you know, when I look at the numbers for the students who have failed 5 or more, and I compare just the middle school, those numbers are around 2 or 4.4%, right? We're not talking about an enormous number. I know that number is big, and I don't want any child to fail 5 classes. So we do need to know who they are, but we do need to come back and look at that data a little bit more as it's been suggested against the whole numbers so that you can understand what those numbers, the percentages are.
Thank you, Ms. Velasquez. Dr. Jackson, did you have your hand up from before?
Well, I had my hand up again. I had my hand up again quickly. And I appreciate what everyone has said. And I just wanted to add, before I have that, I understand we do stand on history.
I see you.
What I meant was, but what I meant was we knew that we were going to have these numbers that we didn't like. We already knew that virtual is not the best, but it was all we had. What I'm looking for and what I'm seeing, as you know, I see quite a few of the children at New Haven Pediatrics. The mental health piece is going to be key in supporting the teachers as they catch our kids up. The increase in depression, subtle depression, children who have lost their social skills, all those things around their social development and their mental health, that has been a big factor in a lot of what the numbers are showing us. So I'm looking forward to seeing how we tackle that and how we bring that on board. I know the teachers are going to be, as amazing as they have been. I have to agree with our commenters before. The teachers have been amazing during this time, but they can't do it all. So they can't be the social worker, the psychologist, and the teacher. We have to make sure that the mental health support is huge and that it's there in the schools, ready, working with the teachers, because when a lot of this pandemic fatigue and pandemic trauma really starts to surface in our classrooms, we thought we had it bad before. There's some serious trauma around this pandemic that we're going to have to address, along with addressing the loss in the academics, which working together is the only way that we're going to be able to get to where we need to go by September and through the summer, so I wanted to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Goldson and then Mr. Conway.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Sherman for her presentation. I hope she doesn't take our questions as criticism. It was we're really trying to help get the information that will be helpful to us when we're asked to make decisions. And I think Ms. Velasquez said was kind of pointing out one of the issues that we raised, myself and Dr. Jackson, and that is, those numbers look bad, and they are bad, but are they as bad as they look? I mean, is the percentage, as Dr. Jackson said, how does it shape up? I think everybody's made some good comments, but I think in the end, action speaks louder than words. So when we are talking about budgeting for this district, and when we're talking about wish lists for our budget, and when we're talking about how to program that ESSER money, I think it's going to show how serious we're committed when we look at those budgets and see where we're spending our funds at. And my last comment is around parent participation. Folks, a lot of folks, maybe even some of us, are quick to point at parents when children are not accomplishing as well as we would hope they would. But then we don't include them in the decision-making process. The whole way this ESSER committee is set up, I think excludes a lot of parents out there. I said that at the last meeting, I'm saying it again. I think it will show in the final product. Parents know what their children need. They know what they need and what their children need to be successful, and we should have them at the table in a more aggressive manner. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Mr. Conaway?
My comments are, I think that, first of all, I like to thank Ms. Sherman-Klein for her report. And what begins to happen when you have those reports, you have more questions and answers in the initial report. But one thing I just want to point out is that we're going to have to take a deeper dive. I think we do have to look at the RISE report. I think we're going to have to look at what's going on in neighboring communities. Mental health is going to be certainly something that we're going to have to support. This new normal is something we're going to have to support. Also, this is going to be a multi-year situation. It's not just, summer school and then the fall. This is going to be multi-year. And we're going to start with a robust summer program. We need to look at preschool programs, afternoon programs, and just keep looking years ahead, because this is definitely a new normal. And I agree with I agree with Darnell Golson that we really got to get parents involved. We got to really get many boots on the ground. We have to come from a community perspective, and then we have to further identify who those males are, who those Black and Hispanic males are, who those children are. We've got to further deep dive into that. And I think the numbers are large, but I think they're conquerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conaway. Dr. Tracy, please continue. Mr. Bolton, did you have another question?
Can I just say one other thing as a piggyback on what Mr. Conaway said about this being a new normal? And that may have some very positive results. I know a young person who was about to leave the state for 2 weeks for some family thing, and that young man will not miss a day of school because he's going to bring his laptop with him, and he's going to be working every day like he normally does. So this new normal may have some positive effects in it. And I hope that we take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Dr. Tracy, please continue with your report.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just like Ms. Hannons to address very quickly the level of parental engagement, and involvement we've had throughout the process of the ESSER planning. Ms. Hannons.
Good evening once again. We spoke to over 200 parents and community members. We had parents also included on our planning committee. We held 4 parent forums for parents to attend as well, who were part of focus groups. So we are very pleased with the amount of parents, but can we always have more parents? Absolutely. And do we want more parents? Absolutely. But we are pleased in the fact that we were able to reach over 200 parents through our focus groups, as well as parents on our planning committee.
Thank you, Ms. Hannons. Mr. Goldson.
you, Madam President. There's a difference between talking to parents and actually talking with parents and having parents, and it's a huge difference between having parents at listening events and actually having parents at the table making decisions. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not, I'm 400 parents, that's terrific. It's great to have that kind of feedback from parents. But, at the end of the day, as an African-American, I want to have some African-Americans in the Congress and the Senate. I don't just want you to come and talk to me at a workshop. I want to have somebody at the table who could be representing me. And I saw the list, and parents were underrepresented. Particularly independent parents were underrepresented on that list. And I hope we do better. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Galton. Dr. Tracy, please continue with your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President. At this time, I have Ms. Jabba Joseph Lumpkin will share her screen around the absenteeism issues that we have.
Unmute. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Tracy and members of our team. So we have a story of chronic absenteeism that is concerning to us. I wanted to start off by reminding the board and those who are here that what chronic absenteeism means. It means students who are absent 10% more of days enrolled. So if we have a student coming into the district and has been here for 40 days, 4 days absent is considered chronically absent. And that number, I tend to equate that to the number that physicians might use for high blood pressure that says you're at risk for heart attack, or for high glucose. That's a well-documented number that speaks to the students being at risk for dropping out and having issues academically in school. So this slide, I wanted to take us back a little bit and look at where we've come from over the years from chronic absenteeism. When we first started digging deep into this work in 2014-15, we were at almost 26%. We've made progress over time. And as you can see, last year and this year, we are in a red zone. Can you read these numbers, or should I go to full screen? Slideshow.
Play the slideshow.
Okay. Slideshow. Okay. So this is where we are currently by grade level. The first number represents the total number of students who are chronically absent. That's what CA stands for. The second number represents the total number of students who are enrolled in that particular grade. And that third number represents the total, the percentages who are chronically absent. The previous slide was for kindergarten through 8th grade, and this slide represents 9 through 12. I'm going to change my view a little bit so that okay. So how are we responding? We are applying our good common sense, the intelligence that we have about our community where we live and work, and the intelligence that we are collecting from our school teams. We are applying the Connecticut State Department of Education framework and guidance on family and community engagement. And we've adapted research-based best practices from Attendance Works, which is a national authority on chronic absenteeism. So this is how attendance work sums up what our students and families are experiencing. The pandemic has exposed a harsh reality that many students and families are living paycheck to paycheck with limited access to sufficient food, stable housing or healthcare, and no savings to limited access to stable housing or healthcare, and no savings to fall back on after a sudden loss in income, which many of our families are dealing with. Distance learning also shines a spotlight on the families who initially had not owned a computer or lack quality internet service, so children can benefit virtually prior to the pandemic. It also reflects the disproportionate impact of the coronavirus on Black and Latinx and Native American communities. It illustrates the long-term health effects of unequal access to resources due to racism. So here's the framework from Attendance Works that we've put into place, and we've adapted this to include the pre-close of schools, starting with the identification of students most at risk for disengagement. So prior to us going out fully in March, our team got together and said, in the event that we were to close schools, who are the students that we need to be connected to, that we are most concerned about? At that time, we identified about 3,700 students, and we put together a pre-planned outreach to families, an electronic way of connecting with families and being prepared to ask, how are you and what do you need? Then, of course, during the closure, we've established a set of communications with families and really look to identify how much health challenges were impacting absenteeism. We were also in a period with a great deal of fear, and frankly, we've had many of our families, almost all of our families, have been directly impacted. We visited homes where there were as many as 8 members of the same family testing positive. We are talking to children who have had as many as 4 people in their family who have died from this experience, from Corona. So what's happening in our community is intense. We've done a substantial amount of outreach after the school closure, checking in on what families need. We sounded the bullhorn very early to our community partners that we were worried about food. We provided immediate doorstep food supports while we worked to link the families up to more long-term resources such as pantries. But in the meantime, we worked very closely with friends and partners to be able to feed families in instances of emergency while we worked more longer-term solutions. It was also important for us to make sure that our families were linked to virtual behavioral and emotional physical health supports. We strengthened our partnership with organizations like Clifford Bears and did an enormous amount of referrals, to the point now where care coordination referrals are backlogged and on a waiting list to support our families. We work across with all of our departments, from all of the people who are on this call tonight, our team leaders, our principals, our teachers, anyone who can support our families have come into play. Our data people, budgeting, we stretched across, and we've had very good responses and connectedness from the entire team to support our most at-risk families. And now, as we transition back to school, we continue to work with families to talk about attendance plans. We know that health is still a concern. Families in our communities have suffered so much, they are still afraid. You know, we go out and knock on doors, and we'd have a family member say, I can't get my child to log on, but I'm afraid to send my child to school because I've lost someone, or I know people who have been sick. And so we are going to be in a situation where we may keep our children home and not connect as needed, even though the situation around attendance is dire. We promote trauma-informed information. We've trained all of our staff, our dropout prevention, our youth coordinators, anyone who is touching those families and are out doing those home visits and are making those phone calls every day. We've made sure that they are trained in connecting with those families, thanks to our support again from Clifford Beers in helping to make that happen. Our goal is that last bullet there, to support a seamless transition between virtual and in-school settings. I've mentioned some of the specific work that we've done. Our district attendance team meets regularly, focusing on data and the responses. Our school-based attendance teams are meeting regularly and doing a phenomenal job. Our principals and assistant principals are joining with our social workers and our guidance counselors and our dropout prevention workers and our youth coordinators, and are looking at those numbers at least on a weekly basis and are making those phone calls in partnership with our community partners and the YSCE team. We've launched Attend, Connect, and Engage, which is a community-wide campaign. You've seen the logo on the slides here. It has a cue that if you point your phone to the QR code, even on the screen, it would link you directly to resources that are available to families. We've expanded community canvassing and have brought in our trusted partners, again, folks from Clifford Beers, folks from Ice the Beef, out there with us, helping us to connect with those families. And I mentioned community-based care coordination. We've intensified our work with kindergarten, reaching out to those families, finding out how we can deal with those very young parents who are unemployed and struggling in the workplace. And we also know that grade 9 focus, where those students, like kindergarten students, have barely stepped foot in school and they're extremely vulnerable. Our homeless team is working tirelessly to make sure that we identify those students and give them the supports to help them to be successful. We've implemented a homework helpline after school to help families who are struggling with homework. We have a family call center. So if families are feeling like they need additional supports, that's available to them. We've increased our parent link. You are getting those notifications of services that are available. And we're also working to update our website to include community resources for families, just a few.
Thank you.
Again, some of the additional supports that we are putting into place, Youth Connect, Youth Stat is working with those students who we are very concerned about touching the juvenile system or are directly involved in the juvenile system. So we're keeping our eyes very closely on figuring out what is needed to ensure that they are staying on the right track as much as possible. We're working with the Governor's Partnership to build out a platform to make mentoring available to students at the touch of a button, that teachers or parents or students can link up with mentors who have been vetted and trained in supporting them. And as you know, we've adopted a code of conduct with a restorative lens to help reduce harmful behaviors. So that's our work in a nutshell. And thank you.
Thank you, Gemma, for the presentation. I've also asked Gemma, Ms. Lumpkin and her department to reach, they're going to hold a webinar with parents from the high school coming up shortly, just to touch base with families to find out from their perspective what is going on and how we can best serve them. I know many young people are looking forward to graduation coming up and want to have graduation ceremony that they've been robbed of because of the pandemic. They're going to be talking to Gemma about some of their needs or some of their concerns, and that I'm sure will be coming out if it has not been sent by Mr. Diaz to the community. If there are any questions for Ms. Lumpkin, please ask.
I have a comment, Dr. Tracy.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Jackson.
I was very glad to see the USTAT 2.0. USTAT really worked to decrease a lot of the stuff that was going on in the streets when it was going on, and I think we have a need for Youth Connect right now, with the carjackings and all that. A lot of them are young guys. So I look forward to that work. It is much needed. I was happy to see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Please continue, Dr. Tracy.
Okay, so thank you again, Gemma and Dr. Sherbin, for your presentation this evening. I need to say before we move on that the work belongs to all of us. All of us. It's not about Gemma, me, Sherbin, but everybody takes part in this work because it's about our children. Everyone, it's about our children. And as long as we keep children at the center of what we're doing, we'll be okay. And if one child struggles, we all struggle. If one child fails a subject, it's a failure on all our part. And we go back to no man is an island. Each man's joy is joy to me, and each man's grief is my own. And as we work with our students who are struggling, we feel and we see their struggles. And I want to thank Gemma and her team for reaching out and going to the doors during COVID time, outside of COVID time, and making that effort to reach out to our families. Do we need to do a lot more? Yes, we do. Can we do more? Yes, we can. And we'll continue to work to support our students and their families as much as possible. At this time, we want to turn our attention to the next item on the agenda, filter schedule and checklist. Mr. Barbarato.
Madam President, if there's nothing else, I'm going to return Dr. Sherbin and Ms. Lumpkin back to the attendees so they can continue with their evenings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That would be fun.
Good evening, Madam President, board members. For the record, Joseph Barbarato, Executive Director of Facilities for Go-To Services. May I share my screen?
Yes, you have a really good mic, Mr. Barbarato.
Oh, let me turn it down. Let me turn it down a little. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So here. Okay, so talking about our air, our filter change program, we need to talk about where we're at right now and what our options are. So, you know, last year when the COVID hit and the board, in abundance of caution, said let's get MERV 13s for all of our units. Now we're talking about air handling units and rooftop units. So we right now, as we stand, have MERV 13s in all of our air handling and rooftop units. Now, to clarify, most of the units have a pre-filter and a final filter. So what we have in existence right now is a MERV 13 pre-filter in those units, and then we have a MERV 13 final filter in those units. After discussion with the City of New Haven building head building official, the engineering for the city, and the engineer for the head engineer for the city, our filter change program. There's a letter attached in here that I'll show you. And I've asked what the city's doing on their side, and they are using a MERV 8 in the pre-filter and a MERV 13 in the final filter. So what I've learned from from all of them is that if we have a MERV 13 in the pre-filter and in the final filter, that it's too strenuous, that it's stopping everything on the pre-filter. Nothing's getting through. There's not proper airflow to get through to the second filter. So if we choose to stay with a MERV 13 as a pre-filter, then they're saying we'd have to change those 4 times a year. And that's what this shows. This shows a schedule that if we have a MERV 13, then we're going to have to change it 4 times a year. But then they say, you know, nothing's getting to the MERV 13 final filter, then you would only have to change that once a year. So that is one program. But what we're recommending, and what everyone else seems to be doing, is putting a MERV 8 in the pre-filter and then a MERV 13 in the final filter, and changing that one, the final filter, twice a year. And they say that's more than we need to do. We probably only need to change it 9 months or whatever. But by changing it every 6 months, we're that much ahead of the program. So that's the how we're going to summarize it, and to break it down in more detail. And the real question is, so how are you going to monitor and ensure that they are actually being changed? Where's the verification that if we're changing it, how it's being done? So here's an example of Bishop Woods and what we currently have at Bishop Woods. So Bishop Woods in air handler number 1, which services these classrooms 1, 2, and 3. It was installed in 2009, so it's 12 years old. And it has right now 12 24 by 24 by 2 that were installed in August last year. This was the first school that we had last year that was on top of getting the MERV 13. So this is the first one that we installed them in. And so then there's another 12 that are 24 by 20 that are 2-inch. So those are the pre-filters. And then the final filter, in that there's 12 final filters that are 24 by 24 by 4 that we just changed a couple weeks ago. So this is our plan going forward, that the custodial staff would, will change the filters according to the schedule, according to whether we determine we're going to use MERV 8 and change that once a year and the 2 interior filters twice a year, or if the board so desires that we're going to change them 4 times a year and only change the interior one once a year, which is really not the recommendation. That's what we need to, I'm looking for board suggestions or approval. And here's the total. So it will tell that, that there's 113 pre-filters they're going to be put in, and 77 final filters that are put in. And these are the sizes. So there's a total of 190 filters in that school. So this is an example of what we would have for every school out there. Now, additionally, I haven't really had a chance to discuss with the superintendent. I talked to Phil Penn a little bit about who does this and how we do it. And we currently, our custodial contract has 104 positions, and we're down 11 positions. So we have 93 positions right now. But we have 4 people, because we're closing Quinnipiac and West Rock. There's a building manager and an assistant building manager, each of those schools. So those 4 positions would end up as floaters. And in collaboration with 287, what we're looking to recommend is to make those 4 positions back to the custodial engineers that we used to have with their job description, which would not increase the budget. It would leave us only 7 custodians short in the district, but it would give us a regular schedule that we would have 4 people that were just in charge of making sure these things are being done on the dates they're supposed to be done and signed off. And it is a 2-man job, so we would divide the schools up, half of one team and half the other. And you have to go up ladders, you have to pull up the filters with a rope, you have to drop the other ones down in some instances. So it's definitely a 2-man job. So I'm suggesting that we look at the possibility of taking these 4 custodial positions, which by contract would be eliminated, and leaving those in the budget, as Mr. Conaway has suggested. If we need these positions, they used to have 10 people in this position doing this work. We can now do this and schedule that with 4 positions going forward. So that's our recommendation, that we use this method, so you will know school by school, unit by unit, the date it was put in, if it's a MERV 8 or a MERV 13, and the date that it's rescheduled to be put in, and then followed up and signed off by the guys as they perform the work. The only thing else I could show you is the letter of recommendation from this is from the filter sales, supporting what I said, that the stage 1 should be a MERV 8 pre-filter, while stage 2 should be a 13. So that's where the industry seems to be going. That's what everyone is recommended to do. So that's I'm looking for board approval, because we've already ordered. We already have a whole series, second series of MERV 13s coming. The other thing that we really need is a place to have some backup filters. So I don't know if it's possible if we can use West Rock or Quinnipiac, or maybe some space in Orchard Street to get some backup, so that we've got other filters in stock, because this is still, up to 14 weeks lead time trying to get this stuff. So we fortunately have our order in for the second series, and they're trickling in. They don't all come in at once, so we're installing those as they come in. But we would like a place to be able to store them, and we would, like to consider that we go with MERV 8 and MERV 13. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Barbarata. Dr. Jackson and then Mr. Golton, and then Mr. Conway.
And Mr. Barbarata, I have a couple of questions. So if you had MERV 13s in both of them and the first filter catches everything, I mean, isn't that good that the first filter catches everything? Like I'm not following.
No, because you want as much airflow still. You want to catch what you can, but there's nothing getting to the second filter. It's just restricting the airflow so much that it's not getting enough, and that would have to be changed 4 times a year in order to keep that anywhere near operational. And then the inside final filter would only be changed once a year because it would be catching so very little. So again, this is what the city's doing on their side, is according to the building and engineering department. This is what I hear from my filter salesmen that universities and other districts throughout are doing, and this is what their recommendation is, an 8 and a 13. So as long as there's 813 near the coil, that's the important part of this.
Okay. Okay. So the least we should have is an 8 and a 13. But if you have a 13 and a 13, I'm just trying to understand, it's not stopping the airflow, it's just collecting whatever it's supposed to collect a lot more efficiently than an 8. Is that?
Yes, but it restricts how much air can go through there because it's catching such fine things on the first filter. I can get the filter salesman to come and he can explain to you there's other filters. I mean, there's more expensive filters you could use if you want to go beyond this.
I don't know. I don't know anything about facilities manager. I just want to understand why we wouldn't want the most efficient catching of whatever it's catching in both filters. So you're using a less efficient filter that allows things to get in, and hopefully the next one catches whatever's left. So that's why I'm trying to understand why 213s wouldn't work. Obviously, you're saying it's not letting air through. I don't understand that. And then secondly, the other the little checkoff that you put up.
Yeah.
Is that new?
Yeah.
Just now. So what were you using before? I just wanted to...
Well, we have the list of what we had before. We had a list by school of the filters that went to the school, but it wasn't broken down to this degree of which unit each one was getting. So, and the other thing we want to do with this is we will post it on the inside of the door of the air handling unit. So when you open it, it will have the list of what's in that unit, in addition to our master list, which we will be able to tickle and make sure it's being done by the dates that they, and again, they don't even, you don't have to do it by date. I mean, that's an abundance of caution. They can do it by filter drop pressure. They're informing me that inside filter may not even need to be changed twice a year, but in an abundance of caution, doing it twice a year is what they're recommending.
Okay, thank you. I mean, once a year will be better than what was happening before. So, I mean, I think that's good. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam
Thank you,
President.
Dr. Jackson. Mr. Golton?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Barbarato, what year did GoTo start with facility maintenance here?
I think 2010.
2010. 2010?
I think so.
Oh,
well, I'm sorry. No, GoTo's. I'm sorry. Another company. GoTo's been here 3 years, I think. Now.
So 2018.
Yeah. Yep.
2018. All right. And the other company that you worked for, was it AFB? I think it was.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
AFB was here since 2010. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
All right. Couple of quick questions. First of all, Dr. Jackson, I think what Mr. Barbarato was trying to say is MERV 13s, I did a little bit of studying on this when the pandemic first hit. MERV 13s catch smaller particles. So that first filter would fill up more quickly than a MERV 8 would, which would slow down the airflow. I think that's what Mr. Barbarella was saying. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, so it does what we wanted to do, except it limits the amount of air that is flowing into the building and circulating, which is also important. So I sort of kind of understand that comment or that suggestion. But there is something in the state statutes. I want to make sure that we're following the state statutes. It says that each school and the district should have what they call an indoor air quality committee, which includes teachers, maintenance staff, school health staff member, parent of a student, 2 members at large from the school district. Have we set up, do we have these committees set up in this district?
We do not, and that's a Tools for Schools program. We do have an indoor air quality program that was set up by our former COO. That state requirement has a lot of things in there that says you have to have an integrated pest management plan. You have to have a green cleaning program.
Right.
You have to have an asbestos program. We have all those things in place. We have all those, and they're all part of our program.
So the answer is that the schools do not have air quality committees, nor does the district have an air quality committee. Is that correct?
Mr. Volson, really quick, that's the CAVE model policy that I've emailed Dr. Jackson to take up in governance that I discussed, I think at the last meeting or the one before.
Right, but this has been in the state statutes for God knows how long. And some folks have dropped the ball on this. I'm not just saying that GO2 has done that, but also the administration and this board, quite frankly, because that's listed under board responsibilities in the state statute. So we should have been following up on that, and we haven't. So
that's true. I've been board president for a little over a year.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting that you should take the blame. I'm saying that was a responsibility of this board, not just you. So I'm happy to hear that Dr. Jackson's committee is taking that up now. I also have 1 or 2 other questions. We also are supposed to, the administration and the board are supposed to submit a air quality report, indoor air quality report to the state every 5 years, starting in 2008, I think, January of every 5 years, starting in 2008. So do you have copies of the reports made in 13? Do you have the copies of reports made in 13, 2018, 2013 and 2018? Are there reports that we could review?
I'd have to look back in our records. I could tell you that we do. The way we've handled this throughout the years is we use our work order system. We use the custodial staff. If they see a mold problem, then it's highlighted in our work order system. We have an OSHA director that works directly for us. He goes out and examines what it is. If it's 9 square feet or less, we clean it up ourselves with the proper tools and PPE. If it's beyond that, then we call in an outside contractor to remediate whatever we have. So we have some records of things we've remediated in the past and that we've done according to the way it's supposed to be done. So we do that through the work order system.
I'm sorry, but that wasn't the question. The question is, and that's not what the state statutes outline. It says that we have to submit a report to the state. So you came in 2018, which was the year that this report was supposed to be made, and then you were with the company, the previous company that was here in 2013, that should have submitted this report. So have those reports been submitted, and are they available for our review?
I would say no, they probably were not submitted, and I have to dig up the records to see what I have.
Okay. I'm actually a little surprised at that. Could you tell us why they weren't submitted?
No, I cannot. I don't know offhand. I can tell you that I was advised we tried to use the tools for school program at one time, and what we had real difficulty in was that people left the school. You'd have a teacher on the committee and they'd be gone to another school, or you'd have a parent or whatever. People shifted, so it was very difficult to have those committees. So we took it with our custodial staff, made them do tours of the school, report indoor air quality issues, and then we followed up with our OSHA director to record those issues. That's the way it was handled. So we were never part of the school.
You're a facilities manager, and between you and the COO, this should have been done. I mean, I understand teachers leaving, parents leaving, not being around, the whole bit. But at the end of the day, it's our responsibility as a board to get this done. It is your responsibility as a facility manager to make sure this got done. And if there was a COO here, I would probably be questioning that COO instead of you, because I would wonder why they didn't get it done. So I don't think that's an adequate response to this. And I'd like to hear how are we going to address this in the future to make sure that it gets done?
Well, I think we have an indoor air quality program. We use our custodial staff, inspects the school, puts in a work order that's highlighted that it's an indoor air quality issue.
Mr. Barbarato, with all due respect, if we had it, then there wouldn't be newspaper reports about filters that were filthy during the pandemic. With all due respect, so to say that we have it, it certainly, if we did have it, it wasn't doing its job. We haven't seen any reports of indoor quality. We had this whole issue with the radon thing last 2 years ago that was done late and overpriced. So I'm a little concerned about this, and I will turn the floor back over to the president. But Madam President, I hope that we make this a priority, because the state did. They made it as one of our duties, and they gave us a few duties, but not a whole lot. And this was one that was highlighted in probably 5 or 6 sections of the state statutes around our duties, was indoor quality, green cleaning, and so on. And I'm a little concerned. I wasn't surprised when I saw those filters, because we just weren't doing it. And I'm certainly not going to blame the custodians, because the custodians are doing what they've been told to do. They're not managing this. They're doing what they're told to do. And they've been greatly reduced. And it seems like there's no one really minding the ship. There's a whole lot of bosses, but it's still not getting done. COO, superintendent, a COO, several managers with this facility company, and then us, the board, and the job is still not getting done. So I'm concerned about that, and I hope that we correct that as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Golton, Dr. Tracy, and then Mr. Wilcox.
Since I'm just 8 months into my superintendency, to the genesis of it, I will ask Pepe to check to see if there are any records. I know the state is very strict about compliance issues, because we've seen them come after us in different ways. So we'll check to see if there were any citations around lack of compliance, and in any aspect of our work. And I'm sure Pepe will go back and check his files to see if there were any things, and then report back to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Conway, and then Mr. Wilcox.
I just don't want to be lost in Mr. Barrett's report about and I said this at the last meeting about filling positions and trying to find some warehouse space for him. And I think we have an opportunity to do that. And as we move forward, I think that we should have some consistent meetings and real communication, particularly with 287 in the trades. I think we should, take his recommendation about the 4 positions with West Rock and Quinnipiac. That's not going to cost the district any money. And I think that we have 11 positions that we need to fill. We should fill some of those positions. And then I think that Dr. Tracy will follow up on some of the stuff that was raised by Mr. Goldston. So those are my points. I do not want to lose track of the West Rock and Quinnipiac positions, and I don't want to lose track of the positions that we need to fill. Those 11 positions have been open for a while, and because you can't blame the custodians if they're 11 positions down. So I just really want to just make that point. I want to drive that point home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Wilcox, and then Dr. Tracy.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. First, just as a point of information, because this was discussed at the last citywide stewardship building meeting, just as another point of clarification on the question about multiple MERV 13 filters in a system, the city engineer, Mr. Giovanni Zinn, was talking about in terms of the entire system, and that when you overfilter in the system, you can end up with other effects that they've been having on the city side, some problems of MERV 13 filters being sucked into the system, creating other issues. And so that was part of it. And I think just what I would suggest and have suggested is that, whatever the performance-based standard that also includes a MERV 13 in line gets us where we want to go, would be great. And perhaps somebody like Fuss and O'Neill, or somebody who is HVAC engineering experts, could recommend, since they've already looked at our schools. I am happy to see that there's a checklist systems in place that's going to provide information not only to custodial staff involved in the hands-on changing of things, exactly how many and where things are, as well as also having some checkoffs and accountability all along the system, so that everybody knows where things are and what needs done, not just to point fingers and blame, but also just to make sure that the work is getting done. And it seems like it would be a great way to keep track of the work as it's in process. And I am very happy to hear that we're going to be taking a look at the model policy for indoor air quality, which would be a perfect place to put in all our board expectations as to where this should go. The CABE model policy, for anybody that wants to take a look at it, is 7230.2. I'm sure we could send it to any members that want to see what the CABE suggestion is that could be used as a basis for which to add in all these other concerns that I have and that the rest of the board has. So that's all I have at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Dr. Tracy?
I just don't want it to be messaged that custodians are being blamed, because these custodians work their tails off. They work so hard getting our buildings ready. If you were to walk into any of the building, you'll be proud. Into any of one of the buildings, you'll be proud to see the level of work that they have done. The changing out of over 6,000 filters across the system, plus other things that they have done. What I'm hearing Pepe say is that probably before there was not an accountability system to check off to say who has done what. Now he's setting it up where each custodian can sign off, yes, I have fixed it, so that there is credibility to the reports that are being given. That's my understanding. My understanding is not one of blaming the custodians. But moving forward, this is what we're going to do so that there's accountability on all sides.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Joyner, and then Mr. Goldson.
I'd like to sort of reinforce something that Ms. Conaway has said. Always looking for a way forward.
Yes.
And if you think about it, I don't think there's a single board agenda until this year that had any discussion of building quality on it, air quality on it. And so what might be helpful in the way of planning is that the board should probably have a calendar of when state reports are due. And that should be part of our planning as a board, so that if certain reports are due, then we know when they're due. And then we can do interim check-ins to see that the work is being done to try to generate those reports. Until recently, the board didn't even talk about checklists, and now we're doing that, and that's a good way. And I also think that we can do a better job with database management, just like we had those reports on attendance. We ought to have a database that gives us a profile of each building in the district and the maintenance schedule. It's a little bit like your car. You can probably look in your glove compartment and see when your tires were rotated, the air filter was changed, and so on and so forth. Well, there is an equivalent like that for school buildings. And the guy that did it better than anybody was the superintendent in North Carolina named Larry Rowetter. He had a record of his building maintenance. He also had a record of vandalism in his building, how much it cost each building. And of course, he held the principals and whoever he caught vandalizing the schools responsible for that. But it also has implications for all spaces that human beings occupy in this city. Because when you walk into a store, you don't know. When you go to church, you don't know about the ventilation system and so on and so forth. So hopefully we can set a good example by having a calendar of when critical reports are due, and also by ensuring that we have a maintenance schedule so that we can at a moment's notice look at a database and see what the deal is on each of our buildings. And we certainly have the technological expertise on board to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Goldson, and then Attorney Alexiadis.
Thank you, Madam President. I would have to respectfully disagree with my fellow board member, Dr. Joyner. We have had this discussion on the agenda plenty of times. We had it on the agenda when I was board president. We had it on the agenda when 5-year-old students were leaving our buildings and roaming the streets in the Hill. We had it on the agenda when the pandemic first started, and we were concerned about the quality of these buildings and the air qualities of these buildings. We had it on the agenda when there were recommendations made a year and a half ago that 2 buildings were probably not adequate for our students. We learned from the professionals that we were right, and they were condemned. We had it on the agenda over and over and over again. I could name 10 instances where something happened in our buildings. The air conditioning went out during the summer, the heating went out during the winter, where we brought these issues up. And this is not about air filters. This is about the entire system and how it operates. We have buildings that are brand new that have leaks. We had to actually do emergency repairs to Hill House 2 years ago for the inauguration because the roof was leaking and it had been leaking for a long time. And had caused damage to the ceiling and to the carpets, and it was a disaster. And it only got fixed because the inauguration was happening there. And we've had that over. These filters have only been fixed because we demanded that a professional come in and look at our buildings, and they gave us a report, and then that was followed up by. That's the only reason it happened. So to suggest that this has never been on our agenda is absolutely wrong. It has been on the agenda for as long as I've been a board member, and we haven't addressed it. And I'm concerned because what else is going to pop up? What if the roof is going to collapse because we haven't been doing regular maintenance? What other $300,000 equipment is going to have to be replaced because we didn't put the cover back on it and it rusted? and is no longer usable. We can't afford to keep doing that kind of stuff. And so this is not about filters. This is about demanding from folks who are responsible for this stuff to get it right. And you know, we've had people here since 2010. This is 2021 now, and we're still having these problems and worse. When that young person, when that 5-year-old left the building in the Hill and wandered 2 or 3 blocks, we learned that there were probably gates on 7 or 8 of our playgrounds that were inoperable, and where the same thing could have happened. So you know, we can't just poo-poo it away and say, okay, we're going to hire 2 more custodians or engineers or something from the buildings we closed down and be done with it. That is not the solution. It's part of the solution, but that is not part of the solution. So I don't want to come here and see these piecemeal suggestions that make everybody feel good because 287 gets a couple more appointments and we get an engineer and the whole bit. I want to see a comprehensive plan on how we move forward, how our buildings are maintained, new buildings. I mean, we spent $2 billion to build all these new buildings and they're all starting to fall apart. So yes, we ought to make those contractors and construction folks responsible. We ought to make the people who we hire and pay good money to be responsible for making sure this gets done, and it doesn't get done. And I think 11 years is long enough to get it right. And if you can't get it right in 11 years, then you need to go, quite frankly. That's my opinion. And I hope this board takes this seriously because our children's lives are at stake. We've been lucky so far. We've been lucky that 5-year-old didn't get run over or kidnapped. We've been really lucky.
Mr. Golson, we're discussing filters. Please keep it to the filters.
Are we? We're just discussing filters?
We are discussing filters. That's the item on the agenda, the filter
okay.
schedule and
So
checklist.
I'm sorry, I'm one item forward. Okay. So you could take the comments I just made and move them over
Forward
to the
them
other
over.
item.
Perfect.
And I'm finished now. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. I think, Mr. Wilcox, you had your hand up? Attorney Alexiadis, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to provide some information to the board, if I may. Number one, concerning the newspaper articles with the pictures of dirty filters, my understanding is that those are all old filters, old photographs, and I confirmed that with the reporter that wrote the article, that they were there for illustrative purposes only. My view is that they're misleading to put up an article with current information and use an old photo.
Madam President, point of order.
I don't have the
Madam
date.
President, point of order, Madam President. We have a rule where we're not supposed to attack the character of board members, of staff people, of people, public people, and we shouldn't be doing that with newspaper reporters either, especially when we're not presented with any real evidence except for our attorney's word. So I would hope that all gets stricken from the record, and that if he has evidence of what he's saying, then come back to us with that evidence. But don't make these comments that go into the record and we don't have any real sense of how true they are or not. Thank you, Madam President.
May I continue, Madam President?
Yes, please continue, Attorney
Well,
Alexiadis.
number one, I'm reporting a
Madam
conversation.
President, I just raised a point of order about a rule that we have.
Excuse me, please. I'm
Mr.
reporting
Golson,
I'm
the
reporting a
point of order
conversation.
is not well taken. I don't see where he's disparaging anyone with his comments.
He said that it was a false
Thank
report.
you. Mr.
Madam
Golson,
President,
you're
Madam
out of
President, he
order,
said that it
Mr.
was a
Golson.
false report to Jenna.
You're out of
public
order, Mr. Golson. I've
confidence.
already ruled on the point of order. Thank you.
Wow.
Madam President, just so we're clear, I was simply reporting a conversation that I had with the reporter because
He's an attorney and his hearsay,
Mr.
Madam
Golson,
President.
you're out of order.
Now, the
You're
other
out
point
of
I would
order.
Attorney's out of order.
The other point I would like to make, Madam President, if I may, with regard to the state statute regarding requiring indoor air quality reports. Okay, that statute provides that that on or after July 1st, 2021, and every 5 years thereafter, there are certain reports that are to be made by the Board of Ed to the Commissioner of Administrative Services. So the first report under that statute would not be due until July 1st, 2021. Now, to be clear, that statute was amended in 2017, and prior to 2017, it appears that that there were reports required more frequently, but at least since 2017, there was no report required until this on or after this coming July. I can, if the board desires, I can research that statute further, but that is that's the text of section 10-220 of the general statutes and Public Act 17-2 from the June special session. I just wanted to provide that information to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Mr. Wilcox?
I'd just like to remind everybody that we do have a Finance and Operations Committee that is charged to take a look at things related to finance and operations. We've been taking a look at this issue. We will continue to take a look at this issue. If there are specific things that the board would like us to look into, like us to get information, please send that information to the committee, which is President Rivera, Mr. Conaway, and myself. And we are more than happy to do the legwork for this so that we're not having to do it in this meeting, and we can actually have data and information to bring to bear and in our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Barbarata, Dr. Jackson, and then Mr. Golton.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I've never said that this was any fault of 287. Those guys have been on the front lines, essential workers. They've never left. They've worked weekends. They've done everything. The schools are in the best shape they've ever been as far as the cleanliness and what they put in. So I just wanted to make sure. I don't know where the thought came from that somehow this was 287's fault in any way. It is not. What I have said is that it is a funding issue, that we have many things. Again, we have 4.2 million square feet. 4.2 million. We had 44 buildings. We're down to 42. Just an example, I get every year in my budget, I start out in the HVAC budget with 2 contractors with $200,000 each. Do the math, $200,000 each. One boiler costs more than that. So I end up going back and doing a change order, and if I'm lucky, I get maybe another 200,000. So, on average, we're getting $700,000 or $750,000 to maintain 42 buildings with hundreds of boilers, with cooling towers that need to be coils cleaned and everything else. So there's a limit to how much maintenance can be performed based on the budget. And by the way, I have 12 tradesmen. I have two HVAC people. So again, I just wanted to clarify that we prioritize. We spend most of our budget putting out fires, and we do as much preventive maintenance as we can. We do things to our major boilers. We have a company that treats the water so that the things don't rust, and we try to get longevity. We have a startup, and we spend some of that $400,000 on the startups. We're right now ready to start our cooling towers. We've used all the budget that we have right now to do all the heating things. I need now to start cleaning our cooling towers, or we're going to be getting complaints that we don't have air conditioning at Hill House, and we don't have it at Martinez, and we don't have it at 3 other schools where we need more maintenance money. So I just wanted to reiterate that this is not a reflection on 287, and we do the best we can with how we're budgeted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barbarata. Dr. Jackson?
Madam President, I just want to ask, may I ask Attorney Alexiadis something? Because are you saying that, because I use this in how I'm thinking about the changing of the filters, which is very important during and after, filters.
I can't hear Dr.
Dr. Jackson, it's hard to hear you. Can you get
can
closer?
you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Not loud enough.
Okay, I'm saying, are the pictures in the article?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Attorney Alexiadis, are you saying those pictures were not pictures like the first one that says a filter from Worthington Hooker? That was not the filter that was taken from the school at that time?
Madam President, may I answer?
Yes, Attorney Alexiadis,
Okay.
thank you.
So I think there are a couple of different pictures in two different articles. You know, in the most recent article, there's a picture of a very dirty filter that's labeled at the bottom "old photo." And my understanding from talking to the reporter is that the pictures in the earlier article were also old photos. I don't know how old. I don't have the dates.
February 25th, where she says 4-year-old air filter at Worthington Hooker. That was not true. And then there was another one in that one that says an old air filter at Nathan Hale's school. I just want to know, those that led me to believe that those filters were in the school, and you're saying that that was the February 25th picture. That was the first article that those are not pictures of filters from those schools.
My understanding is that they were not current photographs. It doesn't mean they didn't come from that school.
Okay, so I'm being told that they are pictures. They were not changed. That when they were changed, they were 4 years old. So they weren't old. Those were actually in the schools.
Okay, that's not what she told me, but I don't, you know.
And I don't. You know what? The reason why I'm saying this is because we have really responsible journalists who are out there just to get information out, and I trust what I'm reading. And what you said, attorney, made me think that I was looking at something that wasn't true, but I'm being said that was in the school. And I just want us to be clear that those filters were not changed. That was a filter that was there. They took it out, and when it was changed in October, it was 4 years old, and it was caked and laden with whatever was in the air. And that is a real photo from October when it was changed. That's what the article talked about. It talked about when they did the inspections, and that's when it came from. And so that it was not old. That's what was in that's what was in the filters. And I think that the journalists should not, that what you said made it look like the journalist was making us look at something that wasn't quite the truth, but it was. So I think we need to be careful, about that statement, because those were actual filters. The one was from Worthington Hooker when they removed it in October, had not been removed in 4 years. And the other one, the one that was from Nathan Hale, was also removed in October, and it was old. So I just want us to be careful of things like that, because that's her career, right? And what you said made it seem like she was not being truthful.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Attorney Alexiadis?
My view is that that article is dated February 25th. And so when you put up a picture if it is indeed from October, and I don't know, but if it is indeed from October, if you put up a picture from October on an article that's dated February 25th, my concern, and I say this as a First Amendment lawyer, I say this as someone who spent 30 years representing news organizations. So I have sort of personal and professional views on how articles, and particularly how visual information that's presented along with news articles. It's a little bit beyond the scope of a Board of Ed hearing, but my point only is that to put up a picture of a dirty filter in February, my view is that can lead people to get the wrong impression.
And I'm speaking as a professional woman that is a professional female journalist. We are at the brunt of a lot of things lately around this Board of Education. This woman wrote an article that was truthful. We knew that the inspection was in October and that this came from October. And for anything to come out of this board to allude that this woman, this journalist, was being nefarious or not telling the truth, Madam President, I think that should be stricken from the record. It should be taken out of the minutes, because that is not what was done here. This was about the inspection, which happened in October. And I don't think that statement should be allowed to be in the record, because that is not what was said in that article.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Golson and then Dr. Joyner.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's outrageous for us to allow our attorney to get up and make these comments without providing any real evidence except of his recollection of a conversation that he had, which he's now starting to remember a little differently, which may have not have been what was meant. That's reckless. It is inappropriate. And then he follows up. Then he follows up
Dr.
with—
Joyner, hold on. There's a point of order, Mr. Golson. Dr. Joyner.
Madam Chair, we have veered so far off the agenda, and we've gotten into a conversation of people claiming—
That's not a point of order, Madam President. You can't just take the floor from me.
Mr. Golson, hold on. Dr. Joyner, please.
I'll be as
state your point
succinct
of
as I
order.
can. We veered off the agenda and we got into a discussion. Instead of talking about quality of air in the buildings, we're talking about a person disparaging somebody and then disparaging the person that disparaged somebody. That's my point of order.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Your point of order is well taken, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Golson, please proceed if you have something to talk about the air filter.
I'm talking about that. Thank you, Madam President. And then our lawyer gets up there and he misquotes the state statutes. I've sent you all a copy of the state statutes through the chat for all the people to see too. And it's real clear. It's real clear in section, and this is about air quality now, okay? Section 10-220 of chapter 70, section D says prior to January 1st, 2008, and every 5 years thereafter, for every school building that is or has been constructed, extended, renovated, or replaced on or after January 1st, 2003, a local or regional board of education shall provide for a uniform inspection and evaluation program of indoor air quality within each building. And then it goes on about how to do that. So to suggest that that is not in the state statutes, it said that it didn't come into play until 2000 and what year did he say? 2021 is ridiculous and it's wrong on its face. So, and he didn't give us all of the facts. He only gave us a fact that he thought we were going to listen to. And I'm going to respond to that because I'm the one that gave you that fact. So for him to suggest that it was incorrect is wrong. Anyone could get on and look at the state statutes and read that for themselves. And I also sent it to you. I also quoted it and sent it to all of you through the chat. So, Madam President, that should be corrected, Madam President. He disparaged my character now by suggesting that I was given incorrect information, which is not a fact. So not only did he disparage a reporter, he now is disparaging me, a board member. And quite frankly, he is here to represent the board in the school district, not a contractor. So who is he representing here? I think that Mr. Barbarato makes enough money that he could get a lawyer who could represent him. We don't need our lawyer representing his position on this thing. He needs to be representing this board. And again, I'm saying I don't have any confidence in him, even more than I did before. Not only because he misstated the state statute, but he also suggested that I
Dr. Joyner, please state your out of order, your point of order, sorry.
Madam Chair, in our standards of conduct, if you look at 3271C, it says that New Haven Board of Education members and New Haven Public Schools employees shall refrain from abusive conduct, personal charges, or affronts upon the character, motives, or intents of the New Haven Board of Education members or New Haven Public School employees or all the members of the public. We actually have regressed to doing that.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Your point of order is well taken.
Why is his point of order so well taken and mine are never taken? Why is that, Madam President?
You're out of order, Mr. Golson.
Madam President, if I may, part of my job is to advise.
Attorney Alexiadis and then Mr. Wilcox.
Part of my job is to provide legal advice to the board, and legal advice often comes in the form of interpretation of state statutes. And so the section that Mr. Golson was just referring to about 2008 is the duty of each Board of Ed to have a uniform inspection evaluation program such as the indoor air quality tools for schools program that Mr. Barbarata mentioned. Okay, that's to have the program in place. But what I was talking about, and that's in 220 section D. I'm sorry to be getting into the weeds of the statutes now, but what I was referring to is the section in the first paragraph of 10-220 of the statutes, in subsection A, which I looked at the sections cut and pasted by Mr. Goldson, and I didn't see that date in there. So I looked up the entire statute, and that's the one that talks about the reports to the reports by the Board of Ed to the Commissioner of Administrative Services. Now, prior to 2017, there was a different time frame involved. But in 2017, that statute was amended, and that July 1st, 2021 date was put in, and every 5 years thereafter. And I believe that Mr. Goldson in the earlier discussion asked Mr. Barbarata about whether he made the reports to the state every 5 years. I assumed he was talking about that section. If he wasn't, then I stand corrected. I'm just trying to provide the board with information about the statutes. And the reports are, and so it's important that the board know that they've got a report, that you have a report due on or after July 1st, 2021 with regard to the indoor air quality and green cleaning program. That goes to the Commissioner of Administrative Services of the state of Connecticut. So I think that it's important to bear that deadline, that upcoming deadline in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Mr. Wilcox, before you proceed, I just want to remind the board there are several other items on the agenda. We've spent a lot of time discussing this filter issue, not enough time on how we're moving our kids forward or not. So just please be mindful of that. This is not the main point of the agenda, and we've discussed it at this point at extreme length. Mr. Wilcox, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Operations Committee will be more than happy to have on our next agenda clarifications around what are the requirements are that we have in indoor air quality reports, dates and timelines, whether or not it's fully established or it might take some pulling together. But that, I think, would be a great thing for that committee to take up so that we can have some actual information as we move forward with our deliberations, rather than personal opinions of us as board members and others as to what these things mean. I think our time would be much better spent if we actually dig into the weeds in the committees where they're specifically designed for the weeds. I'm glad the board has found the importance of indoor air quality. If it was important before, we would have had a policy in place for it. I'm glad that it's going to be considered, and I'm really hoping we can move on with the rest of our agenda rather than continuing to draw this out. So my request is, what's the next item on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Goldson, please be brief.
Mr. President, it's easy to want to move on when you're not the one who's lied about. Who our lawyers said I was misquoting or not quoting correctly the state statutes, and that hasn't been dealt with yet. You want to ignore it if you want to. I do not. All of you may want to ignore it because it wasn't you that it was being done to. But when it would be you, I'm certain that you would want it dealt with. This gentleman misquoted me. He suggested I misquoted the state statutes, and I want that corrected. So you want to move on, fine. We can move on, but I want to move on to what's important, okay? And what's important is that this district hasn't been doing what it's supposed to be doing around environmental and facility upkeep. It is costing us a whole lot of money. And then to try to disparage an attorney, a reporter, is sad enough, but then disparaging a board member is even worse, because I gave you the quotation. He just didn't read all of it. He just admitted. So, Madam President, I would like for that to be corrected publicly, because when I make mistakes at this board, I apologize for that. And I would love for someone to say, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Goldson, and we can move on. But I'm sure that's not going to happen. So let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. The next item on the agenda, Dr. Tracy, the timeline and CBA of facilities management function. You're muted, Dr. Tracy. You're muted, Dr. Tracy.
Sorry, Madam President. Oh, Mr. Penn is still here. Mr.
Yes,
Penn, will you report on that? The board had asked, our board
Sure.
member, a couple board members had asked for that information, and Mr. Penn has spent his time to put this together. So
All
go
right.
ahead, Mr. Penn.
Madam President, I'm going to share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, please, Mr. Penn.
Not quite a doctor. I'll take it. I'll take the kindly though. All right. So the board at the last BOE meeting 2 weeks ago had charged us with taking a look at what a timeline might look like for issuing a new RFP with the potential view of selecting a new vendor for our facilities management, and looking at potential CBAs around a potential new structure going forward if we decided to insource. So I'll take you through all those different possibilities. So the first selection is continuing to outsource through issuance of a new RFP or potential selection of a new vendor. And the timeline would look something like this. So we know there's an existing RFP. It was used in 2018. So we would want to revise that existing RFP to refine it for whatever needs to be refined. Issue the RFP, say 2 weeks from now. That's sort of a reasonable time frame. What this timeline proposes then is leaving that RFP open for responses for about 3 weeks. That's short, frankly. We might want to consider doing something a little bit longer than that and giving more firms opportunities to respond to the RFP. It's also short in terms of potentially clarifying questions that the firms may ask as part of the RFP process. Sometime following that, we would then need some time internally to look with the committee reviewing the RFPs around which one looks best for our needs. And that could be on whatever factors the RFP committee puts into the scoring. We then would want to take a baseline of an agreement, what that might look like, to negotiate that out with a potential vendor on the selected finalist, and then bring that forward to the board, where it's, and this is shown as a 2-week process, of course, for both getting through F&O and getting through the full board meetings. At that point, and this kind of what drives the remainder of the schedule, is until you have a selected vendor that you know you're going with, you really can't notice the existing one. And the way the contract is written right now, there's a 90-day cancellation that's written into the contract. Now, the remainder of that time would then sort of play out to, you're doing knowledge transfer between the existing vendor and the new one. You might very well be picking up some of the staff on the existing vendor to the new one. Preparing for that transition in terms of making sure people have email addresses and things of that sort, and then a cut over to the new vendor sometime around the beginning of September. And so it's really this middle date in here that drives most of this process. At what point would you be comfortable potentially shifting to a new vendor and issuing that 90-day notice? So some factors to think about. In the current year, the contract value is just under 1.5 million. GoTo had agreed to discount that by about 25,000 versus what was actually stated in the contract, recognizing the financial pinch that we were in entering the 2021 year. We don't know at this point what level of interest there might be in the RFP. We don't know if we're going to get a bid, multiple bids. There's no way to know that until you actually see the number of responses that come back. We also don't know what the pricing would look like on the RFP until it comes back. Of course, shifting to a new firm would allow for a clean break versus where we are now. But one thing to kind of keep in mind is that would set up a transition that would occur right at the beginning of the school year. And I'm not sure that would be considered ideal. Second option would be, what if we insource the entire facilities management again, right? So thinking through what a potential structure might look like, it would be something like this. Director of facilities with administrative assistant to support the entire team. Somebody who's looking out for procurement, logistics, and making sure all the training that's required is getting done. We've talked about adding an engineer back into the mix, somebody who's got the specific skill set around understanding how all these systems work and need to work together. We've talked about now, and Mr. Barbarata brought it up, about 4% preventative maintenance positions. And those, and you'll see in the CBA, could potentially be paid for out of the 4 individuals that are at the schools that are closing. You couldn't just appoint them. Obviously, this is a union issue. So you'd have to have them bid for potentially having that position. And then the last one is an energy specialist. That's important given the amount of effort that we put into making sure that we're as energy efficient as possible. This structure would then propose 3 field supervisors that oversee all the building managers and assistant building managers in the 39 schools that we would have going forward. That's roughly a 10-to-1 span of control for those individuals. I did call out here that the current contract has 6 positions in it that support 3 of the high schools that in a non-pandemic time deal with a lot of the events that we have there, and ensuring that we have custodial coverage in those buildings when we have sporting events, the facility is rented, things of that nature. It covers, I can't recall the 3, but it's the 2 comprehensive high schools, the field house, and I can't recall the 3rd, but I'm happy to provide that when I go back into my notes at some point. And then lastly, a field supervisor that works with our trades to making sure that the work orders that are out there are being addressed correctly. And when it's something that's beyond the ability level of our internal capabilities, assigning it to one of our on-call contract people to make sure the work's getting addressed. So then some things to kind of keep in mind with that structure, that's 19 positions, 18 of which are going to be subject to some level of civil service testing. That could lead to a time-consuming process because civil service testing does take a while in some instances. The new positions that we would need to be created in consultation with the union leadership, but that's not a time-consuming issue. It's just a point of reference. This does establish a little more direct line of accountability to the chief operating officer. It also potentially provides an expanded career path for the building manager and the assistant building manager. If we're going to position that preventative maintenance technician as sort of the next step up from the building manager position, we could do it that way. And as I said, there are 4 preventative maintenance positions that could potentially be funded from the business managers, building manager and assistant building manager at West Rock and Quinnipiac. Yeah. So the third option would be partially insourcing. And let me kind of explain what that means. As we've already talked about, it may make some sense to create those 4 preventative maintenance positions going forward, regardless of what option we choose. I think there's also some value to consider creating the engineering position. I think that's a critical need that we don't have within the staff today. It's a specialized licensed position, and I think we could benefit from that expertise. One of the other reasons we might want to consider doing a partial insource at this point is it would allow the new chief operating officer to bring her or his expertise into helping evaluate what the optimal new structure would look like going forward. I'd be a little bit worried about minimizing the disruption during an ongoing pandemic and making the change at the beginning of the school year. It's also potentially the easiest option to implement because we think we could create that structure fairly quickly within a month or two's time, given the fact that we know we've got closures in these schools and could work closely with the unions to try to make this work. What do the costs look like? So key assumptions that went into the analysis. Internal salaries would increase at 2.5% a year. Benefits costs would increase at 6% a year. That's obviously a combination of everything. That's going to be medical and dental. It would be pension. It would be workers' compensation, things of that nature. Cost of an external vendor increase at about 3% a year. That's not outside what's typically normal for inflationary increases in a contract. Where it was possible, we used an existing position in one of the collective bargaining agreements to try to model out the salary costs. That wasn't always possible, as we'll see, but we did try to mimic that as close as possible. What the CBA doesn't include, though, is the cost to recruit, hire, and onboard new employees. We know there's a cost that's associated with that, but I didn't know how to measure it. So it was a little bit difficult to try to put that in as what really would have been a guess of some sort into the CBA. And I didn't think that was fair to try to guess at this point. We're just going to recognize that it's not in there. Okay, so this is a bit of an eye chart, I realize that. But what I tried to do in this slide was to take all of the positions we just talked about, run that down through the list, and what you'll see is the position that we're proposing, what the reference position would be in terms of could we identify one that it's in an existing collective bargaining agreement. You'll see a couple of those positions are footnoted at the bottom. In terms of we didn't get an exact match for what we were looking like, what we'd like to see. And that salary list takes you down to about 1.1 million. And this is where it gets a little bit complicated in terms of the line that says position adjustments. And I've explained that at the bottom of the slide. All right, we recognize that a field supervisor and preventive maintenance tech position would need to be higher than what the current building facility supervisor and what the mechanic salaries are. And the reason for that is the building managers now make more than those positions do in those collective bargaining agreements. And I think you got to position this in a way that it's a step up from the building manager. I don't think you could do this in a way that you could have a supervisor obviously make less than the person that they're supervising. So you take that through and you take through the fact that I think that procurement analyst probably needs to be more of a procurement manager, as that position would be largely responsible for issuing the POs, but would also participate very heavily in writing new RFPs and making sure we're getting agreements done on time. So it's not the typical scramble that we sometimes see around June, July, August of every year, right? There's more of a methodology to that process. It does include the 4 PMs, preventive maintenance techs in the proposal. So then when you, the other line to keep in mind is contract adjustment. And what that references is some of the contracts of these collective bargaining agreements are up for negotiation right now. So some of these rates are going to change once the collective bargaining agreements drop into place. And it's just an acknowledgement that we're probably off a little bit on the salary numbers and trying to adjust for that. Anyway, that being said, you wind up with an adjusted total of just over $1 million. Payroll taxes are what you see. Benefits are what you see, get you a total cost of about 1.5 million for what would be 21-22. And then you utilizing the same growth rates that I referenced in the key assumptions, you build that out over the next 4 years, up to a point where you're at just over $1.7 million by the end of 25-26. Second CBA, what would it look like if we were to do a partial in-source for those 5 positions? The engineer and the preventive maintenance techs. This kind of works exactly the same way. Where you build out the cost of the salary for those positions. You make the position adjustments, including the fact that they would be partially funded by the 4 positions that go away from the 2 schools that are closing. The same contractual adjustment because they're in negotiation right now. You wind up with a salary of 124 and change. Payroll taxes is indicated, and then a benefit cost on top of that gets you to about 183 in the first year, going up to about 211,000 at the end of the 5th year. Now, something to keep in mind, this is incremental cost, right? So it's like it would be an add-on to the outsourcing that we have right now if you just added these 5 positions. And I say that for a reason, because when you get to this slide, it'll now make sense. So the outsourcing over the 5 years at a 3% growth rate based on what we think is in there for 21-22 in our existing contract would take you out to just about $1.1 million. Insourcing all those positions with the same growth rates gets you to just about the same place. It's only about an $80,000 difference between the two over the 5 years. The partial insource, which I showed here, would then be accretive to what you have on the current outsourcing position. So it's the most expensive option because you're keeping the outsourcing and then potentially adding in those 5 positions back into the structure, which gets you to about $9 million. So I'm not advocating for any of these necessarily. I just wanted to kind of present the data as I saw it. And we have options. I mean, that's basically where this takes us. But it's the best view of the data that we have available to us at this time for what we think the structure should probably look like. And I can take questions from there. If you want me to stop sharing, I can. so you can see the participants?
Yes, please, just so that I can see everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. As far as like the increases, wouldn't the contracts increase also due to the the cost of living and all that? So would it kind of like be the same? Because I saw how there was like each year that kind of went up if we were doing in-house versus the contracts. Contracts also have to take into account those same types of increases, correct?
That's right, Dr. Jackson. I actually increased the rate in the contract by 3% a year.
Okay. So it's not really like that much of a difference.
Well, 3% a year is pretty typical to be built into a contract for exactly what you just said, a cost of living increase or an inflationary adjustment, if you want to put it that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Golton?
Thank you, Mr. Penn, for that put together document over a very short time. I'm impressed, and what I see from it, and I want to make sure I'm correct. In-house costs us maybe $80,000 more over a 5-year period. Is that over a 5-year period?
Yes, sir.
All right, so only $80,000 over a 5-year period, as opposed to, did you call it outhouse?
Oh, in-source. No, I hope I didn't call it outhouse. If I did, that was definitely a mistake. Yeah.
Outsourcing. But the advantage of the in-house is that we have better local control of the employees, and we could actually make people more responsible for achieving the goals of the district. Is that correct?
I think like anything else, the structure doesn't necessarily provide that. It's making sure that people are held accountable for their responsibilities going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golton. Dr. Joyner?
First of all, Mr. Penn, thank you again for your high level of professionalism and quick response to that request. I just want to make sure that the board doesn't go down a slippery slope. The superintendent is responsible for managing the operations of the school district. And we have to be very careful about what we say in this meeting that might send the message that we're trying to assume that responsibility. We manage her and she manages the district. So I'm going to assume that we're going to honor that, and that Dr. Tracy will sit down with her staff and also work with her board to come up with the win-win solution for the school district.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Wilcox?
Thank you, Madam President. My question was going to be just along the times, just to follow up with what Dr. Joyner was saying. Is there a timeline or some next steps that could lead to either recommendation from the superintendent to us, or more as to what the final plan would be, or some of the trade-offs?
Well, I think I'll defer to the superintendent on what the superintendent wants to do. Dr. Tracy? You're muted.
She's busy writing. Dr. Tracy, you're muted.
I don't think I can sit here on the spot and make a decision like that. I would have to look at things, work with my team, look at what is feasible, what is not feasible, how do we stand, and as Dr. Joyner talks about making sure we're not going down a slippery slope, looking at how, if there's a sense of urgency about what we need to do, how we will do that, what are the impacts or potential impacts, impact of what we do. So I can't give an answer at this juncture, because this thing will take a while to, even for me to digest and look into with my staff.
Okay, I certainly wasn't trying to put you on the spot for exact answers, just as to get a sense of what the next steps or timeline might be. And it sounds like part of that is, as you just suggested, digesting this with your staff. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Dr. Tracy, Mr. Golton?
Thank you, Madam President. The board doesn't just have the responsibility to sit here and listen to reports every meeting. We actually set goals for this district. We've been down this slope plenty of times since both Dr. Joyner and I have joined this board. We actually co-sponsored an amendment to have the board make recommendations, that the board would ask for 3 recommendations for every principal position. We co-sponsored that. Both I and Dr. Joyner and a couple of other board members.
That was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that.
I
Dr.
know.
Joyner, you're out of order.
It's always a mistake when Dr. Joyner is and responsible for it, but when somebody else tries to make the same suggestion, it no longer is a responsible thing to do. But that's okay. Mr. Penn, do you know how many districts outsource their facility management? Do you have any sense?
No, I do not.
Would it be okay for me to Dr. Tracy and Madam President, would it be okay for me to make a request that maybe we could get an idea of how many other districts actually outsource their facility management, especially the big urban areas? I'm sure small towns don't do that. I'm sure they have in-house folks doing it, but the larger districts, I'm wondering what they do and how they do it.
That is something that is, because I'm in conversation with the superintendents quite often. It's something I could find out.
Thank you.
I was going to ask, how easy is it for you to get that information?
Yeah, that's
Go ahead, Mr. Golton.
Thank you. And just a final thought from me on this. We had 2 schools that we were operating for years that should have been condemned. And we just didn't take care of it. And I'm hoping that we don't find other disasters out there over the next year or 2 that we can't make anybody responsible for, accountable for. Nobody's been held accountable for that. The facilities manager said that he never suggested that the custodians were responsible, but he did. He did it in the newspaper and he did it in our meeting.
Mr. Golton,
Mr.
Golden, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Madam President, I'm responding to what he said.
We're not discussing that at this moment.
Why aren't we?
We're
discussing facilities.
We're talking about the timeline and CBA. So
No, we're not. We're talking about CBA or facilities management. And so that's what I'm talking about, Madam President.
That's not what you're out of order.
But Madam President, can I just ask one question, Madam President, of you?
Ask your question.
Okay, Madam President.
It has to do with the timeline and
Madam
CBA.
President, he raised the issue. He raised the issue and you would not allow me to respond at the filter schedule checklist. You told me I could talk about it on the timeline. Now I'm raising it on timeline and you're telling me I can't talk about it.
You're not discussing filter or the timeline, so you're out of order.
We're discussing, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golton. Unbelievable. What, did someone else have a question or a comment? I don't remember if there was another hand up. Okay, Dr. Tracy, Mr. Penn, does this conclude your report? You're muted, Dr. Tracy.
Madam President, my hand's up.
Hold on. Dr. Tracy, you're muted.
I said, thanks. I thank everyone for listening. That concludes my report. I never expected it to have gone on this long, but it has, and we need to move on to the other agenda item. Thank you so much for the questions that were asked, and what I promised to do, I will try to keep as much as possible.
Madam President,
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Golton, go ahead. I was waiting for Dr. Tracy to complete.
My hand was up. We were told that the custodians were responsible for certain things, including filter changes. We were told that the COO was responsible for it. The facilities manager never took responsibility, and we have to have accountability, and we don't have it right now. Thank you, Madam President.
And that's what we're discussing, Mr. Golton, with the timeline. Thank you. As far as the president's report, there is no report at this moment, except that I meant to, at the beginning of the meeting, request for an amendment to the agenda to include the Head Start federal grant. Apparently, this needs to be ratified or it needs to be approved by April 5th. And so this is our last meeting. There's no other meeting before then. And so we had an F&O meeting right before this meeting to discuss it and approve it to move to the full board. And so I'm asking that we amend the agenda to include the abstract in F&O for the Head Start federal grant in the amount of $5,998,275, which is to start on July 1st, 2021. Is there a second? Mr. Wilcox?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson? We'll come back to her. Mr. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Aruna still on? Ms. Aruna?
Yes. To both questions, yes.
Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. And I am a yes. And so we've added that item to the agenda. Finance and Operations Report, Mr. Wilcox?
Thank you, Madam President. Since we just added that item to the agenda, I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve the Head Start federal grant in the amount of $5,998,275 for July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022, as was voted on today in a special Finance and Operations meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Is there a second? Mr. Conway?
Yep, second.
Any discussion? Mr. Wilcox?
Just briefly, I'll just say that this is the Head Start federal grant that provides all the funding for our Head Start program, hires the teachers and so on. This is, we're only doing this because there was a timeline. The information has been posted since Thursday, and hopefully everybody had a chance to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. Just for the record, this is a huge grant. Could we have a sense of what actually it's providing for the record?
Mr. Wilcox, would you respond to that?
Yes, so this is reading from the description of the project from the cover sheet of the abstract. This grant covers the budget period of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022. It lists the federal award number. This grant allows for the continuity of high quality early childhood education and support for children and families in the city of New Haven. It encompasses Head Start operations as well as training and technical assistance in the New Haven public school sites. This program provides 531 Head Start slots in 6 sites. So this is the master grant for all of Head Start programming. And this is, as it says, it's for the Mayo School and the other 5 sites in addition to that.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Conway?
Yeah, I just want to add that at the presentation, it is a continuity grant. It is for operations and it is the master grant. And this is something that we've approved in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. That was very helpful.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll vote on that item. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Goldson?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Conway?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Ms. Aruna,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so that item passes. Finance and operations, Mr. Wilcox, please continue.
All right, the next thing I'd like to do is go ahead and move that we approve the 1 abstract and 5 agreements that are listed on our agenda.
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Goldson?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just had a question about one issue. This Inspire Learning amendment, is that an amendment of additional funding, or is it just moving the same funding around? For item number 1.
It is not additional funding, Mr.
Okay. And my second question, I'm sorry, I had 2 questions. My second question is with the Leadership Academy providing leadership development for April 1 through June 30 in the amount of $20,715. Can I assume that this is a continuation of something they've been doing in the past?
So let me explain that. Clearly. So about 4 or 5 years ago, the system receives funds from the Wallace Foundation to provide leadership training and leadership pipeline for both principals and assistant principals. Somehow, somewhere, and this fund was also used to send some folks to training at UConn and all those things. Somehow, somewhere with the shift in varied leadership, new change, things kind of got buried somehow. We were about to lose a grant. I told them, no, we can't afford to send them back so many $1,000s. So it's much more than 20. 20 is just the first piece coming through. There's a lot more money to this grant than that. So we had to redeem the funds. They have given us additional time to set up our systems and to make sure we're able to provide that workshop or that session, professional development session for administrators, principals, and assistant principals. Or we would have to send the funding back to them.
All right, so that raises a couple of questions for me real quick. So this was a grant that we received several years ago, but never actually used from the Wallace Foundation.
Actually didn't use all of it.
Didn't use all of it. And was the Leadership Academy, were they the grantee? I mean, were they the provider in those past years for this grant?
I'll leave Dr. White to do a little more talking on that.
Okay.
And Ms. Keisha Hannons, if she wants to chime in.
Okay, this overall grant was from the Wallace Foundation for Leadership Development. Part of this has created our leadership development system, and then part of it's also to do actual training and working with our current leaders. And the Leadership Academy was one of the groups identified as through the Wallace Foundation as being able to provide some of these services. And that was who was reached out to do this first part of the work. And you will see another abstract for the continuation of this grant, because this grant does go through December of this year.
So the Wallace Foundation provided the grant, and then they told us who we had to fund with the grant.
No, they did not.
Okay.
We solicited proposals and chose this one.
All right. And the Leadership Academy, is this their first year providing this service, or have they done it in the past for us?
This will be the first time.
This will be their first year.
Yes.
All right, terrific. Thank you very much for that.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote on the F&O items. Mr. Goldson? Mr. Goldson?
I'm going to abstain because I really don't understand number 5, and I didn't want to take up any more of people's time, so I'm just going to abstain from this.
Thank you. Dr. Jackson? Dr. Jackson?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Conway?
Yes.
Ms. Aruna,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner. Dr. Joyner,
Yes,
he's not. Oh,
yes, yes. I
I
try to
thought you
mute
weren't
myself
there.
when I can.
Mayor Elicker.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Elicker.
Yes.
And I am a yes. And so F and O items pass. Head Start report, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Just so you all know, our enrollment numbers under the COVID plans are fine for now. There will be a major push for Head Start enrollment through the summer for the fall. So things to look forward to. They have started the process of studying, expanding to put more of a health clinic or expand health services at the Mayo site, which might help with some of the things like flu shots and things like that, but that the feds are saying we need to do a better job of, and that the district has already started to rectify all that. And then finally, I'll mention is that the Head Start director position was indeed posted on February 5th, and that they anticipate starting interviews within a week to start to fill that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Governance report, Dr. Jackson.
Yes, for the we have is Dr. Torrey in the waiting room?
He's been added as a panelist.
Okay, so
Here.
quickly, all my report is just going to be the SRO recommendation from our SRO commit group, and I'm looking for a vote today on their recommendation. Their recommendation will
Point of
then
order.
be,
Point of order, Madam President.
yes.
Normally, these items are, I'm sorry, Madam President, you're muted.
We had it twice already.
Go ahead, Mr. Fulton.
I don't remember it being on the agenda twice, but if it was, that's fine. But I thought that also our agenda would have to say that there would be discussion and vote on an item if we were going to vote on it. It doesn't say that on the agenda. I wasn't prepared to vote on it today because I didn't see that. And I know clearly that we've held that rule up, and we've gotten advice from the our attorney and the Freedom of Information.
Well,
that,
I don't mind holding it. That's fine.
Thank you.
And I agree, Mr. Golton. I did request that it include possible action, but somehow I see that it didn't make it onto the report.
And that's fine. That's fine, but it has been it was on the agenda twice for you guys to read. This was supposed to be the presentation so that the makers of the recommendation could present it and we were going to vote on it, but I have no problem with voting on it at our next meeting. So then that means there will have been 6 weeks to have this in your possession, and after a personal presentation of it from the chair of the committee, Dr. Carlos Torrey. So I'm just going to have this. I'm not going to say anything else to my report. So we will just hear this, and honestly, I don't know if we want to do questions, Madam Chair, because it's 8:27. I would request for the presentation, and then people bring their questions to the next meeting, if that's okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I think a few questions is okay, just because we have the benefit of having Dr. Torrey here. And
I'm fine with that too.
And other members of the committee, just in case it's something that they need to respond to. Who's going to start the presentation?
Dr. Torrey has been promoted by Dr. White. So if you could.
Please proceed, Dr. Torrey.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the board for its vote of confidence in having the 20 people or so who made up this committee to take up such an incredibly important issue, not just for our schools, but a national issue, as I don't think I need to go into any detail on that. We've spent almost 5 months, about 4 months and 3 weeks or something like that, really digging deeply into this situation. And when you see the report that we put together, we try to keep it to 12 pages, and you can see the amount of research that we did, the readings, the viewing, the discussions, the bringing experts on board, listening to them, questioning them, and all of this sort of thing. And so just briefly, even though I know it's very short on time, but I think it's very important just to call out the people who were part of this committee. So Dr. Paul White, Ms. Carolyn Ross Lee, Chief Reyes, Chief Dominguez, Ms. Hill, Marcel Filpo, Addis Castillo, Lehigh Maruna, Sergeant Ferrenti, Chief Carl Jacobson, Fred Meadows, Michael Pavano, Michelle Cabaldon, sorry, Omina McCoy, Principal Edith Johnson, Derek Stevenson, Steve Ciarcia, Daniel Bonet Ojeda, Jenny Flores, and by no means last, but by no means least, Ms. Cameo Thorne, who did some, I hate to say yeoman because that's a kind of a sexist word, but she did a tremendous job. And then she had some, health issues. And even in spite of those health issues, she continued to work on those issues that she was able to bring to us. And I'd like to have a special thanks to Mr. Pavano, Ms. Edith Johnson, Leheim, Aruna, Dr. White, Omina, McCoy, and again, Cameo Thorne, because this is the team that actually put together the report. And so what I'd like to do, and Mike Pavano is also on board, what I'd like to do is just kind of give a quick overview. I was talking to Mr. Pavano earlier today. Should we treat this like a mystery novel and leave, the whodunit till the very end of our presentation, or should we just do it like a newspaper report, which gives it away at the beginning and then gives the details later? So we decided to do the newspaper. So as you probably know, because you've read the report, it was very time consuming for us to go through all of this. And even though probably the charge of the committee was to say basically yes or no to SROs in school, we went beyond that, because we just couldn't fathom seeing, yes, keep them there, no, get rid of them. And what we've concluded is that it is the board's responsibility. It is the New Haven Public Schools and all public schools. Their main responsibility is to guard the emotional and academic well-being of our students. But given the circumstances in which we're living, you can't do that unless you also take care of the physical safety of the students. So our decision in brief, and we can take, we can go into more detail if you ask questions and that sort of thing. In brief, is that we recommend urgently that the New Haven Board of Education look into, consider strategies through which the district can explore means to increase the number of the people that we really need in the schools. School psychologists, school social workers, counselors, and other such support personnel. And we're not just throwing that out there as a nice pie in the sky. Some of you may or may not know that our own Senator Murphy and Senator Elizabeth Warren have put together a Senate Bill 4360, which is titled the Counseling Not Criminalization in School Act. Basically, what this act does is to take away all federal monies from supporting police in schools. New Haven, that is essentially irrelevant to New Haven because, as far as I understand, we don't get federal monies to support the police in school. However, the bill does not prohibit police in school, just takes away federal funding for it, and instead takes all of that funding that would have gone to police in schools and would use it to fund the hiring of psychologists and social workers and the like and so forth, the other support personnel. In addition, it would bring in $2.5 billion for the same purpose. So our recommendation, our first recommendation, even though basically it was yes or no to SROs, our first recommendation is that the district seriously approach Senator Murphy and see how this could benefit us and how we can be a strong part of it. And to be blunt, New Haven has been a model for decades. Why not, if this bill goes through, why not have New Haven again as a model to see how it works and how we can, and here's the important part about our decision with the SROs, wean ourselves away from the need for SROs because we deal with the issues that are really at the core. Again, the socio-emotional academic issues. If we take care of those and if we have the funding, the kinds of funds that we need, then we can wean ourselves away from the need for SROs. So in a nutshell, that's basically our recommendation, in addition to 14 points that we not just pursue, Senator Murphy's bill, but also identify other sources and whatever allocations can be made of present sources for social workers, for school psychologists, et cetera. So we are recommending that the SROs be kept, but under hugely different conditions, right? And such things as make it clear to parents and to students, what is the role of SROs? Conduct a thorough review and implementation of policies and procedures as identified by the Department of Justice guidelines for this sort of thing for police and school. Our last recommendation is that we have to put together a memorandum of understanding, because even though technically you could say we have one, we really don't. One, it is very old, and secondly, it is outdated because the state has changed the regulations around SROs, and so that is essentially it's a moot issue at this point. So SROs to be part of the staff, SROs who, we can identify something that they would wear that wouldn't be the intimidating uniform and gun and whatever else. And something that I spoke about to former Chief Reyes, a lot of parents were complaining that they felt intimidated when they went by a school and they saw a couple of police cars parked right in front of the building. And I said, why can't, unless it's a real emergency, I don't care if you park the car inside the building. But if it's not, if it's just a visit, if it's just, getting information, whatever, park like teachers do in the back lot. And what Chief Reyes said at that point was done. And he said automatically they would do that. And I'm not quite sure because he's no longer the chief and so forth. I'm not sure what the policies are going to continue going forward. But that SROs only be called to intervene when there are serious emergencies, not just for anything that happens in the school. Formalize the mentorship program that we have, that we say we have, and that the memoranda of understanding and that the Justice Department talks about, but we really don't have one. We have not formalized it. And those kinds of things. Let me just, if I could turn it over to Mr. Pavano, who will give us the research behind this or the findings behind why we came to that decision. Michael?
Good evening. Just two quick points I need to make on student arrest rates and our survey results. We looked at the New Haven Public Schools and the police department's arrest rates over the last 7 years since 2014. We found a decrease of almost 35% in student arrests, down to an average of 35 over the last few years. Now, to put this into perspective, Waterbury, who is similar to us with about 19,000 students compared to our 20 plus, in 2017, they had 222 student arrests, and in 2018, they had 287 arrests. So our arrest records are down along the lines of Stamford, Stratford, Norwalk. Even Greenwich has just barely half more than we do. The second, the surveys we put out. We had 2 surveys. The first went to students and staff at the 10 schools with the SROs. 84% of the respondents were the students. That's a key point. In our second survey, we expanded out to the entire district and all the schools and included parents. And in the second survey, key point, 96% of respondents were parents. So in our survey results, we had 3 data points. 2/3 of our parents and students believe it is necessary to have an SRO assigned to a school. Secondly, 2/3 of parents and students believe SRO should not be removed from the schools. And finally, third, 1/3 of students and 1/4 of parents who found themselves in a situation where they needed an SRO when they were inside our schools. So in summation, 2 points. A low number of arrests compared to other cities in the state shows that the NHPD is doing an excellent job of keeping our students out of the criminal justice system. And secondly, our data survey statistics identify that our community would like to keep the SROs in schools for now. Thank you.
And if I could add one more thing to what Michael just said, and to be blunt, we set out to solve the issues of New Haven, not the issues of Minnesota, not the issues of Florida, not the issues of any other part of the country. However, we need to respect what is going on in the rest of the country, and we recognize it within our findings. So it is not to say, oh, this doesn't happen to us, so we should go ahead and keep the SROs. It's, look, it's happening other places. We need to, at some point, wean ourselves away from it, but let's do it in the following way. Let's do it by getting the kinds of personnel that we really know. As educators, we know. We need the school psychologists, we need the counselors, we need the social workers. We should not have to depend on SROs, but we keep them for the moment and we wean ourselves away from it by pursuing these other funds that are out there so that we can get the personnel we all know we need. And that's basically our recommendation. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Dr. Torre. Any questions of Dr. Torre, Dr. Joyner, and then Mr. Goldson?
I'll try to be brief. First of all, let me commend both of you and everybody that worked with you on a very thorough and cogent report. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I can't think of 2 better people to do this. The thing that I think is really important that the public ought to know, and I'm going to name names. Doolin Williams and Nancy Jackson were officers in New Haven, and there was another young man there. And in every case, they were coaches in the community. They had coat drives for the kids. They were really outstanding, and I think I'm glad that Edith Johnson is here. If you've ever run a large urban high school or even a large urban middle school, you know that there were times when you didn't have police officers right there that you wish you had. And I'm also glad that you did not consider what was going on around us, and that you recognize that, in my opinion, New Haven has one of the finest police departments in the country. And a young man like Milton Jackson, trying to help young men get jobs. You see him having breakfast with them at AAA and talking to them about keeping straight and so on and so forth. I think Mr. Conway worked at Crossing, and he also ran a challenging school. I think that he'll say it for himself, but we do have some outstanding people, and most of them are products of our school system. And the chief that we just lost, we're gonna miss him. And I'm glad that he's able to find something. But he was an outstanding young man, and he was a graduate of Career High School, I believe. So let me thank you so much, and I'm so glad that you considered what we're dealing with rather than getting caught up with the rightful indignation out there in the country about people putting their foots on people's necks and so on and so forth. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and if I could interrupt, Madam President, I should be remiss. I forgot to mention that we have two other people, Leheim Aruna, and we also have Principal Johnson, who would just, if they could, say something very quickly. So if you wouldn't mind calling on them, please.
Principal
I would
Johnson?
absolutely give up my place in line to hear from them, Madam President.
Yeah, from Leheim, I would love to hear from Leheim.
Am I okay to go?
Yes, please, go ahead. And then Principal Johnson.
So again, I'd like to thank the board for approving the SRO committee and allowing us to take a nuanced look at the SRO program in New Haven. I also thank everyone for participating in the process. I think the presence of SROs can be attributed to school to prison pipeline and higher rates of disciplinary actions for minor things that students do. Many students feel criminalized, overly monitored by them, and these are feelings of students in New Haven, not anywhere else in the country. Students, of course, are not a monolith, so the opinions that we found varied, but it was clear that if SROs were not to be in schools, they would not go missed, but the people we do need in schools are mental health professionals. And I think that this is an opportunity for NHPS to take a more proactive approach to discipline rather than reactive. I was the main student a part of the conversations occurring in the meetings. This was in addition to surveys, the results of which you heard, and some of my peers who spoke directly to the members of the committee as well. Overall, I would have liked to see more community members and student voices in contrast to the plethora of police officers and administrators present at meetings. I think that that was a key aspect that may have been missing a little from this committee in terms of hearing more of the community voice. I am not in favor of continuing the SRO program in New Haven Public Schools, but I support the recommendation because of the ask to explore all means to increasing the number of mental health professionals and as a way of phasing out the SRO program. The proposal, as you all heard, outlines some of the ways that the district can do this. I would like to see personally a more established timeline for doing so. And I hope that you will all vote next meeting with that in mind, of having a timeline for all of these things to take place. And just for the record, I do strongly oppose number 11 of the proposal for establishing formalized mentorships between SROs and students for the buildings that they are assigned to. I do not agree with the thought process for that recommendation, and I believe that it's not necessary nor something that students of this district need. So just for the record, I would just like to state that I do oppose that. So yeah, again, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for the effort that was put into this community and for the board for answering the call to action for this issue that is indeed impacting students in New Haven and the people of New Haven. The last thing is that I just would like to reiterate that I would really like to see a timeline and a deadline for these things to happen, just so that we see action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aruna. Principal Johnson, is she still here? Yes, there you are.
Okay, I can unmute myself. All right. Thank you, everyone. At the end of the day, it is all of our hope and desire that we live in a society where we don't need police or even security in schools. I mean, unfortunately, we're not there yet. It's my hope that we will get there in my lifetime where we can actually not have to worry about those things. The work that was done was not easy. Most of the members of the committee came in with an open mind and heart to listen and see where we were going with this. There were times that it was very difficult. It was uncomfortable conversations about this topic, even some back and forth arguments. There were times that it was very emotional. I think as a building leader, I probably have a million responsibilities on my plate any given day as any leader in New Haven who's running a building, and as well as the people on the board. But as a building leader, our number one priority is safety, followed by instruction and everything else, because we all know if we don't have a building that's safe, students aren't going to feel safe and no one's going to feel safe to learn. So at the end of the day, no one wants any of our students to feel criminalized. No one ever wants any of our students to feel unjust. However, these recommendations came from a space where we have to be realistic on the findings and a balance of support that we want to give our students and a certain level of safety and security that we have to have in our buildings. So I just wanted to thank you again. This was not easy. This was not an easy task for, I think, anyone. So, thank you to the board members, because I did walk away with, some new knowledge and new thinking in terms of safety and where we're going.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Conaway and Dr. White,
I just want to,
and then Mr. Goldson.
Mr. Golson, I thought you gave up your position in line. I heard you say.
No, I gave it up to the
That's
two
right.
presenters.
You gave that
But that's okay. That's okay.
I just want to say thank you to Dr. Torres and the committee. I want to give a special shout out to Michael Pavano, who I've worked with for years at Lincoln Bassett, Riverside New Light. Edith, and I know where your passion is. And obviously Leham, thank you, and Dr. White. But one thing I just want to point out that I know the report is specifically directed for SROs, but in that whole sort of umbrella, you have another team of school security that does a lot of work. So I don't know how, and if we're talking SROs, are we separating SROs from school security, or are they all under one umbrella? As a building leader, as a former building leader, my school security, they played a significant role. They were my first line of security, and then I went to the SROs, and sometimes they work in teams. So I just have to say something about, school security. Could somebody answer that question for me, please?
I'd be happy to, and I'll roll into my comment if I can, Madam President.
Yes, please, Dr. White.
So that was actually one of the things. There were some discrepancies across people's understanding of the difference between the role of SROs and the role of security. And while this was directed specifically to the SRO piece, the security piece is something that, again, would have to be explored as we go through it, how we use all of our staff. And Principal Johnson said it best. We try to balance out the need for security and safety with the emotional well-being of our students as well. And where do we get to both of those things? And also, as Leham, as Ms. Luna put it about her feelings towards us, we want to make sure we did elevate the dissenting voices throughout this process. This wasn't about just, this is what we're doing. We did let the dissenting voices share in the process too, like them to let there be noted. There was a couple comments in the report here as well. And it's a complex issue, and it's going to be a continuing. How do we accomplish these things? And the key is trying to get to some root causes. And we've had that conversation this evening about what root causes are and how we combat those. And this is how we build towards that, working together about what next steps.
Thank you. Great work, team. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. White. Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to profusely thank the committee for volunteering their time and their energy to working on this issue. we as volunteers know how important it is to give up that time and how it takes away from your family and your other stuff. So I want to thank you all for participating in this process. I want to give a special shout out to the chair of the governance committee, Dr. Tamiko Jackson, who shepherded this through the process, and who's going to continue to shepherd it through the process until this board is done with it. And I appreciate that. I just had a chance to read this report just now during the presentation. I found it fascinating. There's a couple of questions that I didn't see answered in it, so I'm going to ask those questions first, then I'm going to finish up with just one or two questions. How many SROs do we have in our schools currently?
10.
9?
Yeah, about
10?
Yeah, and supposedly we either just lost 1 or 2 or about to, something like that. So it's a small number.
And how are they assigned to schools?
Madam Superintendent, maybe you could.
According to the size of the schools, like Cross would have 2, Hill House another 2, and other schools will have it spread out. We had about 9 SROs.
So it's all high schools?
High schools.
Great. And how are those SROs chosen? How do they become an SRO? Do they have to go through a special process at the police department? Are we involved in that choice or decision making at all?
I can't answer that. I inherited them, so I don't know the process that they went through.
Does anyone else know, Dr. Torrey?
Well, that's one of the suggestions that we're making, that we have to clear up what is that process for selecting.
But they do, but those that do volunteer for this assignment, then obviously it's they request it.
They apply through the police department. So there's a process through the police department where when there's openings, they apply through the police department. I don't know, like Dr. Tracy said, I don't know how intimate the district is with how they choose, but I know that when the call goes out, it goes out from the police department to the rank and file.
But the board, but the school system is not involved in that process at all. We tell them where we want SROs, and the police department assigns them. Is that correct?
I think they came to being in the era when we did community policing, right, Dr. Torrey? That was under that board way back then, and so they were assigned. Yes. And,
so we don't know what the process was at the beginning of this.
We
know that the process now is the police department chooses who goes into the schools, and they decide what schools those officers go to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Goldson, I think Ms. Johnson has a response for you. So
okay.
Just give her a second.
Thank you.
Based on the information as well that I've been through, I think 3 SRO supervisors. So our SROs at Cross and Hill House have been the SROs for quite some time. From what he shared with us, they apply for it, they're assigned, but he also did share if there's ever an issue with an SRO in a building and a principal has a problem or they're not a good fit, they will immediately remove them and work with that building level principal to get the right fit person in that building. And that was from Sergeant Ferrante, who's a current supervisor of the SROs. He also shared, which should be in your packet, some of the training that those SROs that are in school, specific training that they went through.
All right. I'm not an expert at all on police labor law, but you're suggesting that the police could reassign someone just because a principal says they don't want them there anymore?
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting, nor I'm saying that. What I said was that Officer Ferrante shared with us if there's an issue, he works with the principal and that person. That's what I said. So I'm not making any suggestions about anything about labor laws.
I got you. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this one. This information was very helpful. I was real surprised to see the interview with State Senator from the 10th District, Winfield, and his opposition to the SROs in the school, and and
Yeah.
that he's working on a statewide policy to try to eliminate SROs. I was also the supporters of it. I'm torn because I have relatives who have either been on the police force and retired, or are still on the police force. So I support police generally, but I've also been a victim of police misconduct, especially when I was a teenager. And they mess with you, they put you in jail, you go to court the next day to dismiss the charges. I mean, that's happened to me. Just walking down Winchester Avenue, my neighborhood that I lived in. So I understand where many of these young people may get those feelings. Now, it's a different police department than it was 40 years ago when I was a teen, but I would have loved to have heard more of their voices on this committee. So I'm right now, but I got to tell you, I also get a lot of calls from people that work in the school system, especially security officers, who say, please don't take these SROs away. We need them here. So I have to mull this over. I'm glad that we have another 2 weeks. It gives me a chance to mull this over a little more before I make a decision where I'm going to go with this. But here's my real concerns with this report. You suggest that there's some things here that haven't been updated in a while, including the MOU, which hasn't been updated since 2011, and the Juvenile Review Board since 2007. And then you have some recommendations for what we should do around bringing additional staff into the buildings for emotional support. But you also have some very specific recommendations around the SRO stuff. And I'm wondering, how do we support keeping SROs in the buildings without first making these changes, at least having an updated MOU at the very least? I mean, because once we vote on this, everybody's going to forget about it, and it's going to be business as usual. So I would like to understand, and you don't have to answer it tonight, but certainly by the time we vote on this, how, I think Ms. Aruna made the same point. How are we going to deal with these issues? What are the timelines on making these changes that you're suggesting once we approve this, particularly around the MOU? But some other stuff also, like the uniforms and parking in the parking lot instead of in front of the building, those kind of things. So you don't have to answer it today if you don't have the answer. I'm good with that, as long as I see something before the next board meeting. Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, I think we can respond to some of that. And I know Dr. White also wants to say something around that. First of all, I think Ms. Aruna is exactly correct. We need to have a timeline. The charge of the committee was not to set down a timeline, was to make a recommendation. And if the board accepts our recommendation, then the next step is to set down a timeline, and very seriously, and try to see how we can get the personnel, because we got to have the personnel first before we can get rid of the police, right? Otherwise, it could be somewhat difficult. But exactly what you're saying, Mr. Golson, was discussed in the committee, and I was struck when it was Chief Reyes, and when we invited him, he was not part of the committee. When we invited him, he actually brought up that fact, and he said, one of the things we're concerned with is that if we don't have SROs, then there essentially is no relationship between the police department and the students and the faculty and the parents and so forth. And the police who get called in for any incident don't know these students, don't know the process, and simply might go in. And here's the police telling us that, right? Here's the chief of police telling us that. And essentially come right in and do whatever police do any place else, that's not a school. Okay, kid was disrespectful. He did this, he took a swing. Yeah, let me show me your hands. You were under arrest and we're out of here. as opposed to what we've seen that we've had, over, what was it, about 2,000 phone calls for the police and only 37 arrests. I mean, that shows restraints. That shows all kinds of how would you say, of good tactics that are models for our own students of how to deal with these issues in nonviolent ways. That even the police can demonstrate that, hey, wait a minute, we don't have to arrest these kids. If it's totally out of control, then we need to protect the safety of everybody else in that community. So those are some of the things that I think need to be taken into consideration in next steps once the committee decides whether to accept or not accept our recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Torrey. That was very helpful. I appreciate that information. I just have one other question. Is there any significance to the moon over your shoulder?
It's just the background.
Okay. I thought maybe it had something to do with this conversation. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good question, though.
Thank you, Mr. Golson, Dr. Torre. I believe Michael Pavano, you had your hand up earlier, Mr. Pavano? No. Okay, Dr. Tracy, Ms. Aruna, and then Ms. Hannans.
Dr. White is screaming to be heard.
Where are you, Dr. White?
I was
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
Were you first and I was ignoring you?
You were, but I'll defer to my boss.
No, not
Thank
boss. I wanted to say thanks for the report, but as a former principal, I've had experience firsthand with working with SROs, and I've seen where children have spat on them, kicked, pulled on, tugged on, and they had very good restraint about them without understanding where the students were coming from and did not even go through with an arrest. Now, principals at the schools who have to run the schools understand the importance of having someone on hand. I've seen where kids destroy everything and the only thing that the guidance counselors or social workers could call for, help, 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 and someone runs to help, because sometimes the security guard is not enough to take on some of the issues. And I've worked in one of the most notorious places in New Haven, which was Jackie Roberts Middle School in those days. So I know what I'm talking about. Having said that, even with this talk, we are only going to get about 3 SROs this year. So it has already started going down. And I have to decide which of the schools really maintain or get these 3 moving forward. We're moving from 9 down to 3 because there are budget cuts also in the department. And that's the first thing that gets cut. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. I'm going to change the order just a little bit only because I did not acknowledge Dr. White. Dr. White.
Dr. White.
Well, I was going to respond to Mr. Golson. I appreciate that he's having that conflict because there are so many nuances to this. That was one of the things we want to talk about because, again, when we talk about things in a local context, we have SOOs that are also sports coaches within our district that have that even adopted children in our district after meeting them through the work they've done. So there are some extraordinary examples of what can be done when good, strong relationships are built. And that's was the things that also came to light through this conversation. And it's always this pull between how we address what's happening locally here to support New Haven and what we're doing. So I just want to make sure that those things were mentioned here in this conversation as well.
Thank you, Dr. White. Ms. Hannans?
Yes, good evening once again. I think it's important, and we're going to present on ESSER next time, but as you asked for a timeline on the social service providers, we have included in ESSER 2, 3 school counselors, 3 psychologists, 3 social workers. So 9 more social service providers across our schools to tackle and grapple with what we know our students are dealing with, the trauma that they normally have, but now add that to a pandemic. So we are utilizing and leveraging those dollars in such a way to be responsive to our students right now. And so I hope that's reassuring to those who, are grappling with this tough subject of having SROs and the need for social service providers, because we recognize that and we heard it from our over 775 folks that we received feedback from. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Hannans.
Thank you, Ms. Hannans. Ms. Aruna, did you still want to ask a question or speak? I see
No,
that
no,
you
thank
lowered
you.
your hand.
I'm okay.
Thank you. Mr. Goldson?
I thought I was done, but a comment that the superintendent just made just kind of perked my ears up. I was told that we have 9 SROs, but now I'm hearing that we're only going to have 3 because of budget cuts in the police department. And I'm wondering if I'd like to know, I mean, if these SROs are so important, why are we cutting them? That's the first thing, especially since we can't add the other social, emotional supports there. If this one is, we're not cutting them, obviously, but the city is. And I'm wondering if we can make a special plea to the city to provide more support in the school system. And maybe that should be a part of the report. I mean, if the committee says that SROs are important, and then we see that they're being cut by 30%, or 60% actually, I would think that would be one of the recommendations. I don't know if I saw it, if it was in there or not, that they at least hold to the number that they have now, as opposed to reducing it by 60%. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing
Madam
none.
President, just to close out my report.
Dr. Jackson, go ahead.
Yes, just to close out my report and to reiterate what Dr. Torrey said, we both spoke about this, that I just want people to understand that this report is the recommendation. Once we vote on the recommendation, a policy needs to be set and the implementation needs to happen. So there is a long road to this. And just to keep in mind that the players on this committee, Madam President, I hope that you keep them intact for this complete journey with the SRO stuff, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I just want to say for my part, I thank you, Dr. Torre, Principal Johnson, Mr. Pavano, and the rest of the committee members. I emailed you all asking, would you please be on this committee? And you all answered the call. This was long, hard, tedious work, and I appreciate everything that you did with this. Dr. Torre, thank you for leading the group. I truly, truly appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues on the committee. I must say that I had great respect for everyone on that committee, especially those that I knew and worked with before. But I've come away with an incredible amount of more respect and recognition for the kind of people, the quality of the people that were on this committee was just impressive. The willingness to work, the leading, it was almost like you didn't have to carry the baton for them. All you had to do was just tell them where the baton was, or they would tell you where the baton was, and they would grab it and run with it. So thank you to the committee members, and thank you again to the board for giving us that vote of confidence.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to facility naming report. Dr. Jackson.
Facilities naming, my co-chair and I have been scheduling meetings, and both of us have had to kind of push them. So the meeting is not this week. We will discuss and schedule hopefully for sometime in April. Probably, yeah, but so it's not this week.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Teaching and learning, Dr. Joyner.
In the interest of time, I'm only going to do one part of the teaching and learning. And if Evie can bring the students up to talk about the climate movement and the health education project. Are they still there? I see Adrian's name.
Dr.
Yes.
White is bringing them in.
Okay, thank you. Oh, hi, Adrian.
Hi,
So,
good evening.
are you going to lead the report, right, and call on your colleagues?
We are going to do a joint presentation. So we have kind of a flow to it. We've got multiple people that are going to be sharing. We've got Amalia, myself, Caitlin, Kiana, and Tristan. And we also have a couple members of New Haven Climate Movement just coming to support.
Okay, take it away.
Hi all, thank you for having us tonight. We are some of the members of the New Haven Climate Movement, a coalition working to push for bold climate action on the climate emergency locally to restore a safe climate. Our group today specifically includes members of the NHCM Climate Education Committee, and our main goal is to expand climate education in New Haven public schools. We are attempting to do this through our original Climate Justice Schools proposal, which we will introduce to you shortly, and hope that you support. I am Amalia Tuckman, a sophomore in Hopkins School, and I will now pass it off to the other members of the committee to introduce themselves before we dive into our presentation.
Hello, everyone. I'm presenting next. My name is Adrian Huck, and I was a 2020 graduate from Metropolitan Business Academy, and now I'm a freshman at Tufts University, though I'm still remote. But I really do want to continue to make an impact on the school district that I grew up in. And so I'm hoping that you all have at least had a chance to read through the Climate Justice Schools proposal. But to keep it brief, I'm just going to go over the specific specifications of the proposal. So the main piece is the climate education portion. And we're looking to have 30 hours of interdisciplinary climate education per grade level per year in our New Haven public high schools. And this is meant to be across subjects. So for example, not just in science like we associate climate change with, but also in subjects like English, art, math, and next project-based learning to really engage students in doing projects that have an impact, especially around solutions to climate change. And also another point of this proposal is to encourage students to fulfill some of their community service hours through different climate change community service opportunities if community service is required at their school. Next is to have a climate week hosted at every participating school each April surrounding the celebration of Earth Day that makes learning about climate change fun and interesting through different lessons or field trips or ways to engage families. And where the monetary piece comes in is that we're looking for each participating school to recruit one teacher coordinator and 2 student interns, which would be students from the school who would apply and step up to take this leadership position to really lead those climate change education efforts and engage peers. And so the way the monetary breakdown looks is that each participating school would require $3,000 for expenses, which include the 1 teacher stipend, which would be $1,000 for the full year, 2 student intern stipends. So for both of them, it would be $720 for the whole year at a rate of $80 a month for 9 months for each of them. And then the rest of the money, $560 towards different printing and event expenses that come up. And I also wanted to just touch on everything that we've been working on. We created this Climate Justice Schools proposal last summer. And since then, we've been doing a lot more than just working on that. We've hosted webinars for teachers and students in the area surrounding climate change. We've met with different NHPS curriculum directors for world languages, science, and social studies to see and to give our recommendations on how we want to see climate education implemented in their subject. We met with our district grant writer so we could try to work on some grants to get this funded. We've been meeting every few weeks with Ms. Velasquez. We've also met with Student Representative Anthony Fiore to introduce this proposal to him and to the Citywide Youth Coalition. We've met with renowned social justice educators who made climate education happen in Portland, Oregon. We have a website full of different climate education resources, which is climateeducationnh.org. And we have created a youth-created weekly email newsletter for teachers with resources on how to implement climate education in their classes. And now I'm going to pass it to Caitlin to run through the proposed phases that we have for this proposal, as well as phases specifically for how we would start up a pilot program for this program in the fall and what steps we need to do from now to then.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Owens. I'm a senior at Co-op, and the Climate Justice Schools pilot program has 8 phases. Phase 1 is planning meetings with Board of Education and holding webinars with administrators and teachers to introduce CJS by April. Phase 2 is identifying the 5 pilot schools for CJS and who the teacher coordinator will be by April. Phase 3 is principals or teachers recommending student interns per school and students applying for the internship by May. Phase 4 is each curriculum director coming up with 5 hours worth of climate-themed lessons and activities in their subject for a given year to create the 30 hours of education, and then meeting with each other by June. Phase 5 is having selections for stipended student interns per school made by June. Phase 6 is securing the $15,000 to fund the pilot either through grants or city money by June. And Phase 7 is having a prep meeting with all teacher coordinators and student interns from all pilot schools led by NHCM members by September. And Phase 8 is the CJS pilot launching in 5 schools in the fall of 2021 by September. And I'll pass it to Kiana.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kiana Flores, and I am a senior at Cooperative Arts and Humanities High School. We want to emphasize the climate emergency and why we believe it's necessary to implement the Climate Justice Schools proposal. In September of 2019, the New Haven City Board of Alders voted unanimously to pass New Haven Climate Movement's Climate Emergency Resolution, committing to educating our residents about the climate emergency and the broader ecological crisis. The CT Department of Energy and Environmental Protection also states that CT will see up to 20 inches of sea level rise by 2050, but sea level rise could be up 80 inches higher by 2100 if CO2 emissions aren't reduced. This dramatic increase would disproportionately affect New Haven as a coastal city. However, I did not learn about these issues before joining New Haven Climate Movement and doing this research. So it's crucial to expose NHPS students to this education so that they are aware of the future that faces them and so they can learn how they can engage in their community to mitigate climate change's issues. Additionally, currently we have over 20 organizations signed on to the resolution and over 1,000 petition signatures. As it is a climate emergency, we need every institution to step up and take action with urgency, including the Board of Education and New Haven Public Schools. I'll now pass it off to Tristan.
Hello, my name is Tristan. Hello, my name is Tristan. I'm a sophomore at New Haven Academy. As a reality, as a closing person, we just hope the Climate Justice Proposal pilot program is started. We want to start it in fall by implementing 5 schools. And so I get an update like the financial status. Like we didn't apply for a grant, but we just want to the City of New Haven expressed interest of giving $15,000 to this pilot program. We just want to get this we just want to implement this climate justice proposal, but we want to really emphasize this point. We just want to pass the sentiment of this proposal. We just want to understand that the Board of Education is on board with the idea that this is important. As students, we were coming up to present here, showing that we truly care about this, and like this is important for all schools of New Haven, and we're showing that we came up with this proposal, and we want to show that we care, and we came up with a whole strategic plan and how we can implement this and ensure that students can understand and help be the new leaders to help get a better world for all people. So we happy to take any questions or changes or amendments to our proposal, and or anything we can do, like maybe possibly a stipend for teachers or anything that you think any changes we can. We just want you guys to vote on the sentiment, and we want you to also does the BOE have the Board of Education have any resources to make the climate justice program happen long term, or who will be in charge of working with us and coordinating on this if this is passed? So all these questions and logistics, what we can do. But again, I just want to reiterate, we're just passing on the sentiment. This is important, and we want to get this implemented in the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Conway.
Mr. Conway, yeah, I was just waiting to make sure that.
I just want to make a comment to the student presenters that you did a wonderful job, Tristan, and you certainly have, my vote. And you guys have been working on this a long time. I remember when I was on teaching and learning, there was other presentations. So you certainly have my support. So keep doing what you're doing. This is the type of stuff that is from the bottom up. These are individuals that have boots on the ground. And I think we have to listen to them. This is stuff that that wins. And this is stuff that makes progress. So continue your good work. Tristan, you definitely have my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Golton?
Thank you. Terrific presentation. Very, very good and helpful document that you guys provided. I just had a couple of really quick, simple questions. You make a suggestion at the end of the report that that you would like to see all the public middle and high schools be CJS schools. Do you have how many would you recommend we start with? I saw your budget, and what is the timeline for making all of the schools CJS schools? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And so the way that we want to begin this with our pilot program, we want to see that hopefully happen this fall, and that would be with 5 New Haven public schools. They have not been identified yet, but hopefully if we have the approval, we plan to perhaps create a webinar with and invite school administrators and teachers, and whichever schools might express interest in becoming climate justice schools, we can work with those 5 schools going forward. So we don't have those identified yet, but overall for creating climate justice schools and expanding it to all New Haven public middle and high schools, we're strongly encouraging schools to become climate justice schools and meet those specifications by fall of 2023. So we're taking it slowly, but hopefully we do want to see next year 5 pilot schools.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I hope the administration includes this in whatever budget they provide to us. I certainly would support it. I mean, I would talk about $15,000 to start off with. Is well worth what you guys are suggesting to do, and it really improves the educational experience for all of our students. So thank you very much for your presentation. Go Tufts, and looking forward to seeing this in the budget. Thank you.
Okay, one of the things that first of all, students, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm glad we had that conversation about stage progression, because you laid it out very well. I'd love to have another conversation with you about the messiness of change, and to also understand that change is regression and progression. But you're going to learn that at some point, and I certainly appreciate what you've done. One of the things that I also wanted to suggest is that we look for corporate sponsorship, because some of the people that have done the damage to the climate should also be responsible for trying to repair it. And you almost have to embarrass people sometimes into providing support for you. And it also give you some good experience as a change agent in terms of how you approach a powerful entity and use moral suasion and other methods to help them understand that they should help you, because we actually behaved ourselves into this mess, and we're going to have to behave our way out of it. So Adrian, I'm going to stay in touch with all of you guys. If you just send me an email with everybody's name on it, and so I will continue to be your board rep, and Ms. Velasquez and Dr. Tracy, who took a personal interest in this and was in the meeting. I'm sure we'll continue to work with you at the district level. But we've got to try to raise funds beyond public funds and try to go after corporate sponsors to help us clean up the climate. So thanks a lot. I really appreciate everything you do, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. And also, I just wanted to add, I know that this might not be possible for this meeting, but we were hoping to eventually get a vote on climate justice schools from the board. Would that be something for a future meeting?
Yeah, we're gonna probably be able to recommend something. I'd like to, if the board is with me on this, to be able to recommend something at the next board meeting, and if that's possible. And I see you already have you have 2 people have already indicated they're going to vote, and that, of course, how I feel about it, And I'm pretty sure that the rest of the board members will support what you're trying to do. One of the great things is that what you've done tonight is that you've had all the skills that you learned as a student converge in the representation that is this report. You had to do research, you had to read, you had to put stuff together, and you had to create a social group that worked together for the same goal. And actually, that's what we need to make sure that all of our students are able to do that, no matter what level they are. And you do that because you have a great interest in this. You know, you wouldn't do this about anything, but because you have a great interest in preserving the planet, then you're motivated to do stuff above and beyond the classroom so that you could do something that will help everybody. So I can't say enough about how appreciative I am of what you guys have done. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
There's a couple questions, Dr. Joyner,
Okay.
Ms. Aruna and Mr. Goldson.
I can go quickly. I was just going to commend the students who brought forward the proposal. Thank you all for your hard work. This particular group has brought this proposal to the board many times and has done their work through the Teaching and Learning Committee. They've even presented their proposals at the monthly citywide student council meetings. So this is a group that has been doing work, and I know for a long time the student reps on this board have been advocating for our schools to take a more proactive approach to climate justice. And I think they propose a very feasible and tangible way of doing this. So I just want to thank them again and say that both Anthony and I, speaking for the other student representative, we heavily support the proposal that's been brought forward. And I'm looking forward to voting upon it next time.
Thank you, Ms. Aruna. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I absolutely support this proposal, but based on the conversation we had earlier in this meeting, we really shouldn't preempt the superintendent on this. I think this recommendation should come from the administration and not from the board. We don't want to go down that slippery slope and start making recommendations on funding and in-school activities without the ahead of the superintendent. So I hope that this comes from the administration. I do agree with Dr. Joyner that eventually they should try to get some corporate support around this, but I don't think that we should be forcing that issue this early on. Maybe during the expansion, I think this is something that that the school system should support and fund at the beginning, so that they could get right into the work and not have to worry about going out and getting corporate sponsorships. And there's some danger to corporate sponsorships. You kind of get used to them, and then you become their allies instead of the climate's allies. So I like to see the administration give us a recommendation for funding for starting this and funding this. The superintendent has the authority to do that for projects under $20,000. I'm sure she could find this $15,000 somewhere to do this. So that is my opinion. I want to vote on it as soon as possible. I hope it comes from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Dr. Tracy? Oh, hold on, Dr. Joyner.
I thought I was giving
Let me say thanks to the students who have brought this forth. I know that Adrienne, one of my former favorite students from King Robinson School, I always highlight that, coming out of an IB program, and they're taught to take action from a young age. And to see them researching and putting things together makes my heart glad that New Haven Public Schools, we do produce some great students. And these fine students are some of the ones we have produced through the system. So we're not that bad. We're doing a good job with our students. And of course, I have been a part of teaching and learning. So it's not a matter of anyone usurping the superintendent's authority to put things forth. I have been right there with them. I've listened to their presentations, I've listened to their conversations, and Miss Eva Velasquez, my assistant superintendent, will work with how this can come to fruition within the curriculum. We also have to work with teachers to make sure that this can happen, and administrators, because it would become a part of integration into some curriculum. So I know Evie will talk about this and make sure that this happen. They have been working, and I admire their hard work. They've been working on it so long, and we need to have it materialize. And as Adrian said, on a small scale first to start, because everything you're doing, you start with a little pilot to see how it works, and then you scale up. And so Ms. Velasquez will continue to work with the team and with Dr. Joyner to make sure that this comes back to the board as an action item. And for example, the dollars that we receive from the feds have their stipulations. And so it doesn't mean we cannot look at some other funding source, Adrian, look at some other funding source and see how we can help to fund this. Because if we believe in this, climate change is very important for what we're talking about in our society at large. And it cuts across a whole wide cross-section of content areas. So we'll work with you to make sure it happens, Adrian, and your team.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr.
And
Joyner?
Adrian, I hope you come back to work with us. I'm looking for that.
I'll
Okay.
definitely remain involved. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Joyner?
Yes, Dr. Tracy, thank you for clearing that up, and thank you for being there at every turn with these young people for doing this good work. I'm not going to go into any detail about the actual teaching and learning meeting beyond this because of time. And I think that we'll have time at the first meeting in April to go over this. And I'll give a chance, it'll be a chance for me to give a proper recognition for the assistant principals, Mr. Conway, and as well as a couple of principals that really helped us with that last meeting. So I'm going to conclude my talking at this point, and we can move on. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Tristan, keep it real, bruh.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Golson, did you have your hand up from before?
No, Dr. Tracy answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you to the student presenters. You did a wonderful job, and hopefully we can see this come to fruition. Thank you.
Okay.
Food Service Task Group Report, Mr. Conway.
Madam President, I'm gonna be very brief, and if I just let the record, I'm gonna hit 4 points and just let the record say, and then we can find the rest of the stuff on the website. Number one, we're looking forward to bringing back the students back in April, and we're talking about summer programming and summer food services already and beyond. We're looking at updating the policies, the food service policies. We're talking about the new normal and the different. We have an ongoing agenda item of life-threatening issues, and we just want to go deeper. We have a subcommittee working on that, and then the minutes and the meetings are on the website if anybody wants to catch up with that. So that's my food service task force report. Mr. Wilcox, did you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Madam President, may I go on to my next report?
Hold on, Dr. Jackson has a question.
Quickly, Larry, would it be possible for us to get the life-threatening allergies and the chain of custody of the students who have those allergies, stuff like that in the school, that policy before September?
I think we're working on that. Evie, you want to speak to that? Because we have a subcommittee working on that.
Ms. Velasquez?
Yes, so we have a current policy. We're going to take some action with that to make sure it rolls out the current things. And then we're also working on some revisions. And Mr. Wilcox has a
a CABE policy that has some minor revisions. We pretty much have something that's intact. I don't know if you want to say more about that, but we're going to use what we have right now to speak to the schools right away.
Right. I worked on that. It was in my committee before. The one thing that we were looking for, and Mr. Wilcox could correct me if I'm wrong, was the policy was there and it was updated and we worked on it. But what was not there was once the child hit the door, whether it was the bus coming to school or the front door, nobody, there was really no real knowledge of where that kid was throughout the day, right? So we had run into a whole bunch of issues where we had like 3 in 1 a couple months, a few years ago, because nobody knew that, that the children where they were. So they were able to get a hold of things that they were allergic to. So we were supposed to be working on some type of policy. We said chain of command, but I don't know. Some kind of notification for that student, wherever that student went in the school, that so this kid is now in room blue. This is your food allergy kid. This room is now in room green. This is your food allergy kid. That is what was on the burner. And I mean, I know we also have so much to do, but that was like the last that we had to do. Was the most important thing. And that's what, so I was wondering about that piece, because the policy, I know we worked on that. I worked on that. It's the other thing. Like even the cafeteria is really didn't know who they were. Like kids got food allergy food in a cafeteria.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm talking about.
If I may, Madam President.
Yes, please, Ms. Velasquez.
Okay. So some specific things, there's a checklist now. We're working on an emblem that would designate that there is a child with allergies, with life-threatening allergies. And there's some others, what we're calling standard protocols that we're working on to put in place. And so we do need to bring those back for you to know specifically what we're doing. We're actually going to use that checklist though with all of the schools this week. We're going to send that out. And on that checklist is the protocol regarding the nurse and the cafeteria staff and exactly what the communication needs to be so that it's done on a daily basis. So we are going to try to get more specific with protocols that will keep students safe, and really it's sort of the implementation of that policy that
that's what
yeah.
Yes.
Will that happen before September?
Mr. Wilcox has a question or an answer.
Yeah, I mean, just to follow on what everybody here is saying is that, yeah, there's a need for an update to the policy, this was one of the policies which was updated in 2017, but there is some slight changes in state law regulation that will necessitate us taking a look at that. The committee is going to be looking at that next meeting in April. Accompanying that, the policy requires the district allergy management plan, which we're also going to be starting to take a look at. The commitment is that things are in place, public on the website, looked over, and ready to go before the end of summer so that things can be implemented. And it's taken into account a lot of the things you were saying, Dr. Jackson, in terms of making sure that there's no gaps, the child size gaps, that we don't want anybody to fall through, includes things like room signage, and also takes into account when you might have substitutions in your food service staff or your nursing staff so that people know where things are. So we are trying to do that, and the committee committed itself to having this in place for this summer. And a lot of this, of course, will also include our longstanding parent advocate in this area, Ms. Ife Waters, who is, I also made a personal commitment to her to try to make sure that this is all in place. So I mean, we're involving the committee and the public and trying to get this done and have it public information so that everybody knows exactly where it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Okay, Mr. Conway, you can move on to your next report, Compensation Equity Committee.
Again, I'm going to try to keep this brief. That last discussion was a little longer than I want to be because we're 4 hours in the meeting. However, equity or the compensation subcommittee, we've been going over job descriptions, salary rates. We have some subcommittees already worked up. We're hoping to be bringing some recommendations to the board soon. Again, our next meeting is Wednesday, 3/24. We want to move this committee forward again. And this is a difficult discussion because this is not negotiations, but I guess we're gearing up for the next set of negotiations. So thank you. Those are my 2 reports.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Mr. Wilcox, Citywide School Building Committee report.
I'll be extremely brief. The meeting materials are posted on the website under the Board of Ed meetings. We did meet as scheduled on Thursday, March 11th. One item of note, we did have the elections of the committee chair and vice chair. City engineer, Mr. Giovanni Zinn, was elected chair. I was elected vice chair, and we look to have a great year in front of us under our new leader with Mr. Zinn. And some of the things that we've been taking a look at are things like commissioning schedules, building stewardship, and some grants that can factor into capital improvements of our structures. So next meeting is Thursday, April 8th, 4:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Madam President, may I be heard?
Yes, Attorney Alexiadis.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to extend an apology to Mr. Goldson in the course of trying to advise the board regarding the statute cited by Mr. Goldson. He has indicated to me that I said that he misquoted the statute. I certainly didn't intend to say that, and so therefore for that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Mr. Conway?
Would you please let the record reflect that? Because the last apology was not reflected. Thank you. And that's not from you, attorney. There was another apology that was not, it has nothing to do with, there was an apology that was not recorded in the last meeting that should have been recorded. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Mr. Conway and Attorney Alexiadis. That should have been addressed, I guess, in the meeting minutes. So.
Yeah, and I missed it. I missed it.
Okay, so we can make sure that that happens. Thank you. Dr. Tracy, Mr. Goldson.
Oh, I am done. I'm going off to sleep. But we have a new recording secretary. Phil, if Phil is on here, tell her name. Her name is slipped me. Phil, what is her name? Phil probably is going to sleep too. But I'll get the name to you at some point and let you know what the new recording secretary. Selena had done very well filling in the gaps until we get this person. All right, thank you.
It's Maris Mason is the name. Maris Mason is the news recording secretary.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Mr. Goldson.
Thank you, Madam President. Apology accepted. Issue is done.
Thank you, Mr. Goldson. All right, the adjournment was properly seconded. Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
I was going to say, did he already leave? Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mr. Goldson?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Conaway?
Yes.
Ms. Aruna still on?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Aruna, for staying on this late. And
No problem.
I am a yes, and so the meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone, and thank you.
Be watching Aretha Franklin.
Good night.